yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause I'm there for you too.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you sanctuary.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues. and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig.
Riverside, wait for me, I'll be coming home.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
I ain't going in the bedroom after you shit it. Smell poop. Even if I gotta piss real bad, I'ma wait like 5 or 10 minutes. I ain't going in the bedroom after you shit it. Wanna smell poop? Even if you say the dookie don't stink, I'ma kick it. I ain't going in there after you shit it.
Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble sentido, no va.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'.
Chicken, banana, chicken, banana, chicken, banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
Yes, sir. Welcome to Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, coming to you from the heart of dystopia. We've got farting girls. We saw you. She got you in the mouth, Cubby. She got
crop dusting me.
It's terrible. It's terrible. How sweet it is. That would be just break into that song right there. How sweet it is to be farted out by you. Yeah. what would we call that? If you, I mean, there's got to be a name for it. You're just farting on someone. How?
Like you're spreading your pheromones like animals do. Courting, maybe it's courting.
It might be.
Maybe she's courting me.
That's what I wonder. If, never mind. I don't even want to go there. It's just wrong. We're just got to stay out of the wrong. So did you hear? There's a project where they're gonna and the Simpsons predicted this. I guess that the
I'll go figure.
Oh yeah, that the gravity. We're gonna lose gravity for 7 seconds.
When is this happening?
I don't know, but this guy's telling about it. And he's very scholarly looking to me.
Yeah, put that on the calendar.
Yeah, we're gonna find out here. Let's see.
Usually, when the Simpsons make a prediction, that shit is right. There's a theory going around that NASA has been working on something secretly called Project Anchor since 2014. And this is one of those theories that once you hear it, you can't unhear it. So there's a belief that back in 2014, the government quietly greenlit something called Project Anchor after being warned about a very specific moment in time. August 12th, 2026 at 14:33 p.m. 7 seconds. That's 7 seconds where gravity just stops. The theory goes like this. It's not permanent. It's not an explosion. It's not the end of the planet. It's a temporary gravity collapse. Long enough to cause absolute chaos, but short enough that the planet survives. People say that's why it's being treated as a containment problem and not a public warning. According to the conspiracy, governments were told that even a few seconds without gravity could be catastrophic. Planes lose lift. Skyscrapers shift. People near ledges don't come back down the same way. Allegedly, and I do say allegedly, they are estimating tens of million deaths globally. Not from space, but from sudden vertical movement, impact, and infrastructure failure. And this is where Project Anchor supposedly comes in. The idea isn't save everyone. It's stabilize what matters. Military installations, data centers, government ingenuity sites, underground facilities, anchoring systems, counter mass experiments, emergency gravity dampening. And that's not for us. That's for them. Now, I'm not saying this is guaranteed, but just imagine some shit like that happens. Just imagine if you're outside and we lose gravity. Just imagine how that would look where we're at right now. 7 seconds could be a long time, and that's all it would take to change everything. Pay attention.
Yeah, you're going to think that, G-Spot. You're going to think that until it happens, and you go like, vertically flying off in 7 seconds. Hurled.
Suffering succotash. How
It's
many
gonna be
seconds
terrible.
does it?
It's gonna be terrible, man. When is that? It's in August, do you say?
Yeah, August 20. I don't know.
August
26th.
22nd. Hold on. We gotta mark the calendar for this. Let's see. I'm gonna put it in my phone too.
For
Let's see.
7th second. Don't forget that.
Let's put him back up here for a second.
Anchor since 2014. And this is one of those theories that once you hear it, you can't unhear it. So there's a belief that back in 2014, the government quietly greenlit something called Project Anchor after being warned about a very specific moment in time. August 12th, 2026
August
at
12th.
14:33 p.m.
August 12th, 2026. Okay. So let me get zoomed up here to the other months. How do I do this? No, wait, hold on. How the fuck do you change months? I don't care about
Up and
that.
down. Probably slide
Oh, wait,
up and down.
I got it. Okay. August 12th. And we're going to set the event. And he said what time?
I missed that part. Sorry.
2026 at 14:33 p.m.
14:33 p.m. Okay.
So 2.
So
or 14, sorry.
14. What do you say? 14 what?
I don't remember. 33. Go
What's
figure.
important?
2026 at 14:33 p.m.
14:33. Of course it's going to be 33. Of course it's going to be 33. And it's going to be for 7 seconds. Wait, hold on. Let me do something here.
2:33.
Yeah, I'm just going down. It's going to have to do 30 because it only goes in increments of 5. So, damn it. Okay, so.
Which time zone? Good question, Saddlebone.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming it's mine. And I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to at least have a helmet on. Okay, so that when that sudden. And G-Spot thinks it's not going to happen, but that guy obviously is in the know. So, I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're just a conspiracy theorist or something. Well, you think NASA's lying? Are you telling me that NASA's lying and they're not working on a gravity thing? What?
I'd never do such thing.
See? Tinfoil.
I trust authority.
So, what do we got? We got Iranians supposedly protesting. We know who's behind that in Tehran. Now, whether or not that's really happening or not, but Tehran pretty much put the ultimatum, told the U.S. that if we try to do anything, they're gonna fucking rain down on Israel and every base we've got in that area.
Where have we heard that before?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying this. It's just another big world stage fucking shit. I guess it's time to kill another crop of kids. I mean, that seems to be what their whole MO is.
Well, weren't they talking about depopulation the other night? Elon's baby mama.
Yeah.
There you go.
What's that all about?
Fulfill the prophecy.
1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't know. I don't give a damn. Next stop is Iran. 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. I'll be the first one on your block to send your boy home in a box. You ever heard that tune?
Yeah.
Country, what was it? Country Joe and the Fish. You could change Vietnam to Iran.
Yeah, you can pick a multitude of different countries.
I play that. I should tune up my guitar and play it and come up with Iran lyrics instead. Put old what's his nuts in there? Taco Tits.
Trump,
yeah.
Just gotten used to calling him that.
I know. It's just like I'm sick of hearing his name anyways, man. It's like, can we go a fucking day without you doing something fucked up? I mean, God. And this blanket immunity that they've given these fucking cops in Minneapolis, man.
Yeah.
They're just fucking just jumping. What they're doing is they're driving around, and then if a car like makes the same turns as them, like more than twice, like somebody just happens to be going the same way, they stop and then get out and pull the people out of the fucking car and start beating them up and shit, man. Somebody's gonna fucking pop one of these motherfuckers, man. Somebody's gonna end up popping one of these motherfuckers.
Probably the
I think
intention.
that's what they want.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what they're after. But there's a lot of really violent footage coming out of there, man.
Hopefully I'm not jumping the gun on anything you're gonna show, but have you seen the thing about the Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's like in the neighbor's yard.
Yeah, I did.
And then a couple houses down, there's a giant shark. They're Hollywood studio props. It's like, oh, how convenient.
I know, right? It was like crazy. What the fuck? There was I forgot about that. There's a dinosaur. I had a video on that yesterday, and I never got around to showing it.
Yeah. It's wild.
But yeah, that in that Renee Good video.
Yeah.
See that name? It sounded familiar to me, and I don't know why. It seems like I know a Renee Good, but just
is it an E at the end of it?
No, no. We have both here though.
Yeah, we got the ones with the E at the end of it. There's a couple.
Okay. It was originally they were German. They originally came here. It was Gut. It was Gut.
Yeah, there's a big time furniture store here. It's Goods Furniture, but it's spelled with an E at the end.
Hold on, what do we got? Oh God.
Maybe it's not. Maybe there isn't an E. Maybe it's just Good. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, might have to show that. Yeah.
No, I guess it's just Goods.
Yeah, you see cemeteries. I don't believe I've run across anybody with the E on the last name Good around here. And even in my lineage going back, I have Goods in my background. But I think that there's somebody around here that was an acquaintance or something that I know is a Renee Good. And that's why it sounded familiar to me at first. When I first heard it, it said Renee Good. I was like, oh my God. First thing I thought was it somebody from here?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a pretty common name for the most part, like John Smith or something, but yeah.
I don't know, man. This thing is getting out of control, though. I can tell you that. They're really doing some stupid fucking shit. In this Iceland. What the fuck? Greenland. God.
Same difference.
Yeah. I mean, this is really something else too. What the fuck is that? And it's going to tear. What's that going to do with? I think France has already submitted the paperwork to withdraw from NATO.
What's their reasoning behind that?
Well, because if Trump I guess because if Trump it's imminent that he's going to take Greenland, then they would be obligated to defend Greenland and Denmark because of the thing. And, the French, they always want to run away.
Yeah.
France is going to attack you. And people go, so what?
Isn't Denmark part of NATO? Pretty
Yeah.
sure they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh, here's that girl. That girl with the.
But supposedly, I thought there was a deal in place, like a cash deal in place to buy it already.
Well, yeah, and they were going to pay each one of the fucking Icelandic. Or God, I keep doing it. It's because they're closely related. I mean, in their discovery, Iceland and then Greenland was found later.
That, and we've been talking about ice.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe it will be Iceland. That's where they'll put all these fucking guys. Let's hope. But he was going to pay each one of these Greenlanders like a certain, like $500,000 and shit, like try to buy out the people. And the bottom line is the people there they don't care if there's an American presence. They just don't want to be run by Donald Trump. That's the sentiment among the people in Greenland right now. They're like, fuck this clown. He's crazy as a shit, you know.
Yeah.
And he is. Dude's
Oh,
like
anyway.
wackadoodle. Speaking of wackadoodle, there's Andrew showing up.
Yeah, they only got like a population of 56,000 apparently.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cheap for us. You think
Mhm.
that $500,000 per fucking citizen, and that's all they got? Shit, we spend that in one bombing run, you know.
Right.
Wait, why am I a wackadoodle?
I don't know. That's your problem, dude.
Thank you. So
You walked into it.
So in regards to Iceland and Greenland kind of thing, I have some buddies that were stationed in Iceland, and they were just there for like fueling operations.
Yeah.
But we do actually have a U.S. military like a landing port or some bullshit like that over there in Iceland. And Iceland's right next to Greenland. And Greenland only has a population of like, I don't know, like 60,000 people at most. It's just fucking ice everywhere. Like, I don't know why they're making a big deal out of this entire place.
Oh, it's strategic, because if we don't do it, if we don't take over, okay, if we don't take over and exploit the resources and shit, then somebody else will.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
What
that same
resources? The fucking ice?
well, below the ice, I guess. But no, it's also to keep you from talking about Lake Michigan, you know, and throwing babies in the fucking water and all that shit too. Everybody keep the world on edge, keep everybody on edge about World War III. Well, okay, pedophiles are trying to drag you into World War III to distract you from the fact that they are fucking pedophiles.
Yeah. That's
There
a
you
big
go.
one there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the smoke and mirrors, the bread and circus kind of situation, I suppose.
Mhm.
But yeah, when it comes to there's a movie that came out, I don't know, a couple years ago, roughly. It's called Against the Ice, and it's about how Denmark, back when they had wooden ships and all that kind of stuff, and they sent an expedition over there. It's a good movie to watch once, and then after that, it's like, I don't know if I want to watch it again. It's a good movie though.
Right.
Just
Did
because
you watch the series Vikings?
I've seen a couple episodes, but no, I've never watched the entire thing.
That follows along really, really quite well with actually the discovery of Greenland and shit. The guy Floki, that guy actually existed and is who found Greenland and shit.
Yeah, I think that might be about the same story.
He came up with a way of building ships that they could get out in rougher seas and not have to worry about it getting tore up. It was really quite cool. It was really cool. It was showing that they could tell the position of the sun by using a piece of obsidian to look at the sky through during the day, and you'd be able to see the positions better because of the obsidian. I mean, this is like early navigation techniques. It's really cool. But it's kind of gruesome too. Some of the shit they do to people, man. It's like,
yeah, it's sort of like the whole movie. What's it go with Tom Hanks? Castaway. Oh,
yeah.
You're on a desert island all by yourself in this like terrible type of environment. Versus like, what would you rather be? Like out in the desert on an island, or out in the middle of the fucking ice somewhere?
Yeah, right.
It's like, there's no real good answer to it, but I would probably prefer the island myself. But either way, it's just these different types of like survival types of movies, and that's where in Denmark they tell the story of it, and at the end of the movie they actually tell you like, here's like the actual documentary and like history to it and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's pretty intense. Denmark, this tiny little fucking country the size of like New Jersey or something, or even smaller.
I know, it's crazy how a small country can have so much control over so much land, like Israel does.
Yeah,
right.
You know. But here's the thing: I don't give a fuck if it's because they give away free chocolate milk in Greenland. Bottom line is, it don't matter why you want to have Greenland. Okay. Now you can make that offer. You didn't bother asking me anything about it. Right? Because I know you ain't buying Greenland with your money, Trump, right? So you didn't ask me about any of this shit, okay? But even still, I can dig that offer. I can dig that. And I can also dig the fact that the people of Greenland said no. Okay, we don't want to do that. We don't want you running us, dude. Okay.
You know, Greenland. I saw a
You
prison
don't
document.
get to just like a child say, well, I want it, it's mine, and take it. That's the actions of a toddler. You don't do that. That's what a spoiled little toddler does. Throw a
Entitlement.
tantrum if you can't have it and go ahead and take it anyway, despite the fucking consequences. And this is what we got going on. You don't get to do that. You don't go in and say, we take Venezuela and we're running it. He's not running it. We're not running Venezuela. Venezuela is being run by the sworn in president who was the former vice president under Maduro. Things are still going on. These people are setting up checkpoints, though, and looking for Americans. So, if anything, he's drawn nothing but aggression towards Americans abroad. The State Department has issued a travel ban on Americans going to Venezuela.
Setting up a hostage situation.
Yeah, exactly. Another crisis. Let's take advantage of that. I mean, God, there's never any end with these fucking guys. And then he, in the next breath, talks about how nobody has deserved a peace prize more than him. Nobody in history deserved a peace prize because he stopped 8 wars that you never fucking heard of.
Yeah, exactly. A war with the aliens on the moon. Like what?
Couple butt-picking African tribes, throwing spears at each other. You went in there and said, stop it. And they said, okay. Okay, you stopped the war. Good job, buddy. He bombed 8 fucking countries, dude. Nobody has done that many countries in the first year of their presidency ever.
I think the Bushes might be responsible for the most conflict because both Bush Senior and Junior were both. It was Desert Storm, and then the wars that I was in.
Wait a second. What was? I'm glad you brought that first one up. What was Desert Storm about?
The liberation of Kuwait, as far as I'm aware.
Wait a second. Oh, that's right. A country and the leader of a sovereign country called Iraq invaded and annexed a neighboring country called Kuwait. And we said that that's not a tolerable act on the world stage. So we got together a coalition in order to get Kuwait back. In other words, cancel out the annexation. So then we come along to Trump, who does the exact same goddamn thing supposedly with Venezuela. But that kind of behavior is not tolerated on the world stage. What?
Yeah, it's
rules for thee, but not for me. What?
Yeah, then his son turns around and creates a problem that is 10 times as extreme. Like
Who's
getting,
son?
yeah, so,
Bush.
Oh yeah, old
Bush Jr.
Junior, yeah. What a clown act. That if you really look at it, all these people are clown acts. They really are. They're so behind, so out of touch with what's going on in reality. I mean, it's not even funny. Trump's sitting there trying to get his fucking Congress people, get all his Republicans together and asking them why aren't the people for me? Why are people against my I got all the right policies and everything else. It's like, obviously not, or you wouldn't have the fucking chaos that's going on in fucking Minneapolis right now, or in Los Angeles. I'm sure by now you've all heard about what happened in Los Angeles today.
Yeah.
Today? Well, what happened?
So there's people that are protesting Iran. I'm not sure what I think based on the flags, because they're using the old Iranian flag with the lion on it. And I believe that they are anyway, whatever. There was a whole bunch of them protesting, and somebody come flying through there with a fucking U-Haul truck and run over a bunch of them and shit. But I've seen other video. These motherfuckers were attacking this U-Haul truck, and they broke the side window, like the passenger window, and this thing sped off. And I guess it didn't kill anybody. But there was somebody on top of it. I'll be showing it here in just a minute. And it was really weird because there's like, it appears that somebody had rented a U-Haul truck merely because it had like a box panels on the side and then put signs on it. And there were half ripped up, tore off signs on the side of the U-Haul truck written in Arabic. And you guys will see that in the video too.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
let me see if I can get it here.
Cubby, I think there's getting a little feedback through your microphone.
A little bit of an echo.
All right, my bad.
So yeah, I got a buddy who was he was one of the construction managers on a project I was on, and architect, masters in architecture, and he's from Iran, and he was telling me about how the Iranian regime went through some sort of, I guess he called it a revolution back in like the 80s or something like that, or 80s or 90s. And I said, oh, okay, so what was it all about? He said, oh, it's all political. I said, well, did the good guys win or the bad guys win? He said, oh, the bad guys won.
Oh, he's talking about the Iranian Revolution?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I can tell you exactly what that was, man.
All right.
It's real easy. Okay.
Is that the color revolution?
Well,
Or is that
what had happened, you see, Iran back in the 50s, they nationalized their oil, right? Which meant that all that hard-earned oil that British Petroleum and the rest of them stole was gone. They weren't getting the profits. Kind of like the same thing. Same fucking story happens all the time, right? So the U.S. goes in. Our CIA pushes a regime change in a corrupt election. They ousted this fucking guy. They put in a Shah. The Shah comes in. He sells the oil. He lets the oil companies come in. Now, the Western influence, and I mean by Western influence, the Zionism that comes along with that Western influence, had completely infiltrated Tehran to the point where drugs were rampant. There was liquor stores. Now, you got to figure this is supposedly Islamic people, right? Liquor stores all over the place. There's drugs everywhere, prostitution. 1 out of every 3 movie theaters in Tehran was a XXX rated movie theater. Okay. So this shit was really, really starting to decay and demoralize people. All right. These Islamic fundamentalists, they said, enough of this shit. Look what they're doing to Tehran. Look at what they're doing to our country. Look at what they're doing to our people. Fuck this shit. We need to get them out of here and get this fucking Shah out of here. He's just a puppet of the United States and the CIA. So they went in and they had this revolution, the Islamic Revolution. And they ousted the Shah. He ran off and he was hiding out in Paris. I don't know what happened after that, but he was in Paris as an exile. They put in this Ayatollah, the Ayatollah Khomeini, and they held hostages at the American embassy. Now, I want you to understand that there were a lot of countries had embassies in Tehran. However, the only one that they took hostages in was the American one. And I think it might have been the British one too. I think they might have took the British one too, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
this stuff.
But the reason being was to ensure no American intervention or retaliation for this thing.
Wow.
For this revolution.
Sounds a little bit like 1940s Germany in a sense.
A little bit.
What about the 30s and 40s? Hey, Stillman.
Hey guys, so that's how Iran. That's the whole thing going. Now you can also understand why, not only for the Greater Israel Project, but also vendettas. These are very vengeful people, very revengeful people, and these Zionists are gonna fucking go whole hog when they try to go into Iran, Okay. And mark my words, they're going to try. They may succeed. I don't know. But I do know this. The United States is going to get dragged into this.
Well, didn't Trump already agree that he's going to send troops in support?
I guess. I don't know. Does he remember? Did he? I don't know. This guy, something I read today, they said that they were at a meeting with him or something. And they said he smelled like rotten roast beef and he farted at least a dozen times. Audibly farted at least a dozen times.
So I don't know necessarily, but I when I'm going through like YouTube looking for something to watch, and then all of a sudden it comes up with like, oh yeah, Trump is going to be sending in troops to help out Iran or something. I don't know, bullshit like that. But one thing I learned, this is interesting. I didn't know this. So Farhad, my buddy, he's born and raised in Iran, and he was trying to move outside of being a contract employee, instead just like, this is back when I was working for the VA, and he wanted to get a job at the VA as an architect, because that's what he had his master's degree in. So I was going through and showing him how to sign up on like usajobs.gov and apply for government positions. And then also, I have one more thing to say about that later on, but I'm not going to bring it up at the moment. But anyways, when he was filling out his application and everything, I saw him click like ethnicity. He clicked on white. This guy looked like he was not white, like very dark skinned. And I was like, what the fuck? Why are you clicking on white? He said, because Iranians are white. They're Caucasian. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Brown.
I asked several other
blue eyes, eh?
What?
Very. Yeah, I knew that was going to be a problem. I'm just going to have to jump back in with my mic, but yeah, I was going to say they have dark hair, very white complexion, and bright blue eyes.
Your audio is so choppy. It's can't really hear it, man. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting because I didn't know that Iranians actually consider themselves to be white. And that's what he put down on his application.
Huh. Well, my woman, my wife used to work with, she's really a dear, sweet lady. She's Iranian, and but she's definitely not white. You can tell she's Mediterranean or Middle Eastern, but very beautiful woman. That's a thing too. The Iranian women are beautiful, man.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh yeah. But the thing about people say Iran, well, Iran is actually only a small portion of what Persia was.
Yeah.
The empire.
It used to be Iraq and Iran both together.
I think it stretched all the way into like Turkey. It was a huge.
And then you know what happened? And then I ran so far away. Forgive me. I'm hitting the bong. Hitting the bong, baby.
Hey, so in regards to also going on to USA.gov, if anyone wants to.
There you go, Ryan finished it. Couldn't get away.
Here you go. Finish up the lyrics.
Well, I dated myself, right?
So when it comes to usajobs.gov, that's where you can go and apply to any government federal position.
There's a $50,000 sign up bonus if you sign up for ICE.
I was just about to mention that. I was.
Yeah. Oh, was you? Okay. I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's the reason I was talking about it, because I was looking up like, hey, ICE jobs near me. I just wondering what they get paid. They get paid shit money. Like, it's like $55,000 a year for basically one of the guys that has to carry a gun and fucking go out on the streets and fucking arrest. It's shit money. Like,
it's no different than the military.
Yeah.
Same bonuses.
Yeah.
Like
you did get $50,000. Oh yeah. And down at the bottom it says no Mexicans.
But yeah, it's still, man, hopefully you're doing better with your audio there.
Yeah, dark hair, blue eyes, pale skin. Witches, all of them.
So yeah,
they kidnapped some dude, man. Now check this out. This is happening. This is just one incident, but it's not isolated, right? These people are rolling up in fucking, like, they'll go down a street, and if they think a car might be following them, they stop and they get out and they go back and fucking jerk the people out of the car and beat them up and shit, man. They kidnap people and nobody knows where they're taking them to. People that aren't illegal aliens or anything. Check this out. This guy's friend. He said his friend got fucking kidnapped. This is nuts.
You can check out my Facebook, Angel Castillo. You will see a video of my best friend, Lalo Rios, getting taken away for recording. Got taken away, tied up like a hog. And he's a fucking human being. U.S. citizen, by the way. Born and raised here in St. Paul, Minnesota, and gets treated like a fucking criminal for recording. He listened to your orders. You told him to step back, which he did. You didn't give him enough time to fucking respond, you dumb and fucking dipwad.
Taken away by federal agents?
Yes, sir.
Disappeared.
We don't know where he is. We don't know where he is. We contacted here. They said he's not here. We're trying to contact the county. They just fucking kidnapped him. Where's Lalo? Where's Lalo? Where's Lalo?
Everybody,
when did this happen? This literally a couple hours ago. 2-3 hours ago. If you go on Angel Castillo on my Facebook, you will see all my lives. All my lives.
Couple hours ago, an American citizen disappeared into the Trump administration's opaque immigration prison system, these black sites that exist in public view here at the Whipple Federal Building in Broadview, Illinois, outside Chicago, and in cities across this country right now, where American citizens are being detained for the simple act of recording.
I was born and raised here, St. Paul, Minnesota. I went to Drogery Heights Elementary, Community Peace Academy. They taught me everything. North St. Paul. I was in the Explorer program. I joined JROTC. Again, I got in a heartbeat, I'll fight for this country. Not this fight.
Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of twisted. It just made me
think. Hey, hashtag where's Lalo? I mean, for real, y'all. Go to your windows right now. Scream outside.
We know this has been happening for a while in different countries.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even going to say that for a shadow of a doubt it hasn't happened here.
But out in daylight, out in broad daylight, fucking masked.
What I'm saying is, what now they're doing is using this probably as a out in front kind of an excuse just to kidnap people in some cases.
Yeah.
It might be a little sinister for me to say this, but like organ harvesting kind of bullshit.
Maybe. McDonald's, who knows?
The only thing that would make that make sense. Well, the only thing that would make that make sense, Andrew, is that maybe they had something special inside them. You know, maybe there was, like you suggest, like a particular, I'm sure that, you know, certain blood types and shit are the ones they want, right? Perhaps.
Typo negative is the most rare. It's called the universal blood donor type.
Didn't we watch the video concerning this guy that got abducted? He had the interior washing cart outside, getting in the middle of a scuffle with the cops, and they were hollering at him and shit. He looked like he was wearing a Walmart jacket, but he looked like he was pushing a cleaning cart or something. I think that's Lalo or Waldo or whatever his fucking name is. Where's Lalo? Where's Waldo?
Yeah, that one I'm not aware of.
Yeah, well, it was just a scuffle outside there after one guy, and everybody started backing him up with their phones. And yeah, I hazard to say that maybe the other officer. Well, actually, no, it was a different thing. It was a police thing where they arrested this guy, and he was basically being weird. It turns out he was an ICE guy involved in this one. I don't know if you could find it. I think it was a fucking Walmart where that Lalo guy went.
This is pretty good. Here's that big lip girl. Here's your woman, Snowman. Look at there. Huh? Hottie. Listen to this.
Sure, sex is great and all, but have you ever seen ice being taken down by ice before?
Pussy! Fucking pussy! Fucking pussy! Yeah, fucking pussy!
Oh yeah, do it again.
Pussy! Pussy! Fucking pussy!
That is so hot.
It's amazing how many people don't know how to walk in areas where it's fucking frozen everywhere.
I busted my ass walking down a sidewalk once and somebody was driving by. I was like, real funny, huh?
We had one of them garage
like
doors that rolled up. You know, you had to pull it up from the bottom and it rolled up.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was growing up in Michigan, and I remember one time I was lifting that thing up, and I got it about halfway up, and I was standing on ice, and I got it about halfway up, and I slipped and fell right flat on my fucking back, and that door came down, just boom, and hit me right in the stomach.
Man.
Man. So it was like back of my head and my stomach fucked up.
Yeah, when I did it, I went right up in the air like he
all
did.
the shit that's ever happened to me, and I have to wonder why I always have these weird aches and pains and shit, you know.
So I'm going to share my screen real quick here in regards to.
Okay. Are you going to sign up?
Fuck no, they don't. No.
Why?
A huge pay cut?
Don't you want to make America great again?
Don't you want to be a patriot?
I was like, do you think any of these motherfuckers are out there thinking, yeah, we're making America great again?
It's your patriotic duty.
Well, let's think about this for a second. What do we think that these fucking guys are doing, right? Like, is it a paycheck? Is it that lucrative? Like, couldn't they get transferred
for
to
some?
No, their paycheck is shit. They probably get a lot of overtime, but yeah,
for some it is.
You've seen the Milgram experiment,
That's
right?
true.
You've seen the Ash experiment. You're seeing it again right now. You're seeing it in real time right now. Where the fuck do you think they get these individuals from? They don't give a shit. They ain't got no conscience or anything like that. They just want to be big boy, put on big boy pants and strut around and shit, and be able to have a license to hurt people because they're angry with their own miserable lives.
Which state should I choose? I live in San Jose, California, but what's the Michigan?
Chicago.
Here we go.
Illinois.
Minnesota, yeah.
All right, I'm just going to search for the jobs that are open right now. Look at this shit. Yeah. Basically, one of the guys on the street, $51,632 per year. That's fucking.
Where are you seeing it at?
Constable.
It's on the. Well, I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, but I don't see nothing. All
right
I
on the-
see is Uncle Sam sitting there.
Oh, really?
That's cool.
I wouldn't be
Oh,
surprised if they had.
It opened a new window. It opened a new window.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had illegal immigrants taking that job and rounding up their brethren.
Yeah. So just in Michigan, they have a general attorney and deportation officer, and then let's go back to the other one. I don't like how it does this.
Where's that?
Fuck.
What?
I just closed the entire thing.
You fucked it up and closed it.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. I'll pull it back.
While you're getting that back, this is kind of wild. The UK has declined a U.S. request to help invade Greenland. UK officials have instead met with their counterparts from Germany and France to begin preparations for deploying a defensive force in Greenland. The goal is to protect Greenland from invasion or attacks. That's crazy. What do we do about this, man? Oh, he's back.
Had this idea when anybody's ready to hear it.
What? An idea about what?
Well, just about how this upper echelon is operating. Like they're balls to the walls, right? And so they're kind of exposed right now, and that we think we're learning what's going on. But what I'm suggesting, and I hate to make movie references because that's where my brain goes all the time, but there's a ton of them. I can just think of the one I watched recently was Elysium, and basically they have paradise off in somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
They basically just keep the riffraff, on the globe, right? You know what I mean? Locked down. It just popped in there, and it never really sank in before, but now it does. It's like, you know what? Maybe there is, and they wouldn't be able to come back and forth really because, well, you think we'd figure it out, but I don't even know what my fucking neighbor does. To tell you the truth, like I don't know when he comes and goes. So, but it wouldn't make sense to run it from within. It's too dangerous.
I think you put way too much thought into some things.
I don't think so. I think you got to see it from every angle, man. But yeah, no, that's kind of like end game shit. I'm not.
I'll tell you something else though. Is this thing with this Greenland? Stop with the motherfucking Mercator, man. Greenland is not that big, man. They show it; it's like bigger than Africa, on a fucking Mercator projection. That's ridiculous. Greenland is not that big, man. Okay, these people, and they do that. That's deceptive. They want that.
Yeah,
They'll never show it on an AE map. They'll never show it on an AE map. You look at it on an AE map, and it's true. It's true to form.
Yeah, I think it can fit inside Africa like 11 times or something like that.
No, yeah, easily,
Yeah, it's not a
easily.
very big place.
But on the
But-
Mercator projects, because of the way they got that, it makes Greenland like, you know, bigger than Africa and shit. And it's like, get out of here. That ain't real. Stop. So
All right.
what are we looking at here now?
Okay, so right here, this is the part I was trying to find. Okay, so the deportation officer, like one of the guys on the street, you know, carrying a gun, all that kind of shit. Anyways,
They have a gun.
This is the role, the position requirements, you know, education and qualifications. You have to be able to pass a drug test. I wouldn't pass that one right now. And then, you know, background check. I probably wouldn't pass that one either because admittedly, I do have a felony. And anyways, what it says here, the Department of Homeland Security encourages persons with disabilities to apply, to include persons with intellectual, severe, physical, or psychiatric disabilities, as defined by 5 CFR, blah, 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 whatever, and or disabled veterans with a compensable service. Did they spell it right?
Come on, man. Spit it out. It ain't yours.
Yeah, connected disability with 30% or more as defined, blah, blah, blah. So it says, that's the part. Severe, physical, or psychiatric disabilities. Like, you want to join ICE? Cool. Are you crazy? Are you in a wheelchair? We don't care. Come on in. Here's a gun. And that's what I have to share for now.
Wow. Well, yeah, they don't go through very much training, especially any kind of law enforcement training. They obviously don't know anything about the Constitution of the United States, or they wouldn't be doing the job that they're doing in the first place. Because hey, what we're seeing here is like brown shirts, man, or I don't know. It's like
definitely the optics.
It's a militarized police force and let's face it, they have no consequences for their actions. Okay, we have the Vice President of the United States saying that they've got blanket immunity for this shit. So these fuckers itching to shoot. There's a bunch of sickazoids anyways wanting to do that job. They're in there just itching to beat up people, just itching to use their toys, right? And they ain't going to get in no trouble if they do. Hell, you don't even have to wait around for IA or any kind of investigation or anything for an officer involved shooting. You can just get in your vehicle and go away. That's what they did at this last fucking thing. There I saw one today where an ICE truck came up, an ICE vehicle came up to somebody, and it's for no reason. They were stopped at a red light. And then the vehicle pushed them out into the intersection while the fucking traffic was coming. Luckily, they turned and went around the corner, and then the fucking SUV went on its way.
That's military training, man.
I mean, what the fuck is that bullshit, man? That's like some IDF type shit right there, bro.
They'll teach you that at the academy. No way.
No. Oh yeah, and this is gonna get worse, man. It's gonna get to a point if we don't fucking do something like now.
Don't scroll. If law enforcement ever has your phone, here's what happens behind the scenes, whether it's federal, state, or tribal. And it's way more detailed than you think. Let me explain what agencies do with your phone and your data once they have it. Hi, I'm Courtney. I'm a Cherokee attorney in Oklahoma, and I used to be a federal prosecutor. Now I'm a criminal defense attorney. When the feds or any law enforcement agency takes your phone, they're not just taking the physical device. They're getting access to your entire digital life. And here's what actually happens. They create a digital mirror of your phone. They don't just scroll through your messages manually. They plug your phone into forensic software that will download everything. So your messages, your photos, deleted files, apps, notes, location history, searches, everything you thought was gone. Deleted does not mean deleted. If it exists on your device or in your backup, then forensic software can usually find it. They compare it to your statement. So your texts, your location, your timestamps, everything gets lined up to what you've said into interviews. This is where inconsistencies become evidence. They check for links to other people. Your phone data shows networks, call patterns, relationship contacts, and group chats. Cloud data is next, so iCloud, Google, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, they can usually get this with a subpoena or a search warrant. You may get your phone back, but the data stays with them. Even if they give you your phone months later, they'll keep that mirror image for evidence. They will see things that you didn't expect them to look for. So, medical info, relationship issues, old messages, financial data, screenshots, what you were doing at 2 a.m. 3 months ago. Your phone tells a story that you didn't know you were telling. If you want a video on what to do before your phone is taken or what to do after, then let me know in the comments because this is something that everybody needs to know.
Not really. You think they need your phone to get all that information?
No, you
Well,
don't
that's
give
what
it
I
up
was
on
gonna say.
Facebook, most of it anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's the people that control. Well, this is the way I used to understand it, was TELUS and like all the guys. I've been sick of it. Like the guys that run the networks, they primarily have access to the information, right? Like they're not supposed to look at it. Like imagine having, someone's diary, but you're not supposed to look at it. It still exists, right? But I think that we've given away consent so much that it's already like the movies show it. Like Batman puts his phone, I can't remember. Yeah, it was Batman puts his phone beside the other guys and makes a mirror of it just from being proximity, right? Like obviously, the wireless software is there too to like just snatch it, right?
What do you think the cloud really is?
Right, exactly. Like
It's
I
not.
look, I realized that shit when I got this new phone, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And
When
they
I
just
got this new
instantly
phone,
put
when I
everything on it.
transferred all my shit and it was like not even hooked to it, it's like what in the fuck,
Right.
and it just transferred everything over. And I was like, oh hell,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly. The consent and all that's just for legal purposes. But if they want anything, they can get anything, anytime, any amount. It's not, you're under the illusion that you have this privacy with your phone. They could
Right.
solve any crime with a phone, but they choose not to because they want everybody to think that they have privacy from the government. No.
I'm almost against privacy. Like I know that's definitely devil's advocate type shit, but I'm almost against privacy in a way, right? But that shit's got to stop right at the backyard. Like
What do you
that's
mean
got
you're
to be
against? You're against privacy. What do you mean?
well, everybody's like pro privacy. Like maybe it's because I don't know, because I've given up on privacy. I guess I'm no good at hiding, so I don't know. Maybe I'm just not really good at camouflage, anyways. But at the same time, like people are worried about being filmed. You see these auditors, they put the camera on. But he's like, "Oh, film me! I'm going to punch you in the head." It's like, buddy, you've been on camera. That camera's watching you threaten me. That you know what I mean? It's nothing. There's nothing you can do about it when you go out nowadays, right? Like you're on camera all the time. But like what they do with the information is the crime. Like that's where it gets weird. And so the cops have your. Did you hear what she said though? The cops have a duplicate of your phone, right?
Yeah.
But
No kidding.
but they have to get a warrant to use the information, so they could go in there and look at all my movies I made with my girlfriend. That don't.
Dude, they've had Stingray for a long time, and now it's even just more advanced. It's just become more advanced and everything. I mean, like you see a big crowd of people, and they can ping everybody's fucking cell phone in that area right there. They know who they are, and they can track where they go, everything right from there.
January 6th is that, right?
Remember that thing I said earlier about the U-Haul truck going through that Iranian protest?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
I heard
Now
that
watch this. There's a dude on top of the U-Haul truck too. I noticed that like the second time I watched it. Oh wait, I didn't. Okay, hold on a second. I want to read what that says. That sign on that car, on that vehicle says, "No Shah, no regime. You don't repeat past, no mullah." And then it's got it written in Arabic. Okay, because in another clip I saw, that shit was torn. Those signs on there were torn. So yeah, they were using this U-Haul truck and I guess these people are protesting for regime change. They want there to be regime change. Now, you have to understand, This is all a Mossad operation. Every bit of this fucking pro-regime change bullshit, even the stuff they're reporting on the news right now that's going on in Tehran. That is all a Mossad operation that they've got going on right there. And then they're going to tell you stories about these protesters are getting shot and killed. Yeah, I know, right here in the United States. So whatever the fuck, Iran's Iran. Anyway, this is to generate support here. They're trying to get support here for the U.S. to intervene and do something. Oh, they're killing protesters who are just protesting their government. Well, how can you intervene when somebody else's government is killing protesters when you're fucking killing protesters?
Does U-Haul have a contract with the government? Like, anytime there's a PSYOP, it's always U-Haul. It's not like Ryder or anything.
I know. Wait a second. Wait, no, wasn't Timothy McVeigh, wasn't that a Ryder truck?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Could have been a U-Haul. I don't remember now.
I'm not
It's
sure.
been so long since
It always seems like
I was driving a U-Haul.
It's always a U-Haul. They crash a U-Haul crash into the gates of the White House. A U-Haul freaking.
Listen, those we rented U-Hauls at that hardware store I worked at out in California, and they're a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah, no.
They really are. They're a pain in the ass.
On the very day that the Oklahoma City bombing went off, I was delivering furniture to the federal marshal in Houston, Texas at the federal building. And when I got to the gate, it was like I was an hour late. And I was supposed to get there at the very same moment the bomb went off in Oklahoma City. And
hold on a second, Rocky. Listen to what Mello is saying about this. What law was she breaking to begin with? What law was she breaking that and even if she was, what did she do that she deserved to be shot and killed for? What kind of a sick-brained fucktard are you?
Yeah.
You're really stupid. I mean, really, really stupid fucking person, man. First thing you should be asking yourself is, how is a militarized federal police force on the streets of America making America great again? And why the fuck are they doing this? Now they're going to go door to door asking people for papers. Are you shitting me? They're going door to door in the suburb areas, asking people for their papers. This is bullshit.
Putting on a uniform makes you stupid. You just follow orders.
I'll tell you what, Mello, dude, this is the fucking shit. She moved there to be in a terrorist organization. You're the one watching the stupid Fox News fucking bullshit. Terrorist organization. Terrorism is acts of violence against the civilian population in order to enact change. They're the ones that are the fucking terrorists, you retard. Man, for illegals with criminal records and pedos, yeah, sure. Sure they are. Look, the only place they got to go to find some pedos is right there in the fucking Congress. How about in the Oval Office? There's a big pedo, one that likes to fucking throw babies, dead bodies into the goddamn Lake Michigan. Wake the fuck up, man. Wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
God damn, some of these people, man. What a horrible, horrible human fucking person you are to think that that woman deserved to be killed. For what? For what? Come on up, talk about it, Mello, you coward fuck.
It's actually a good point you make, Sav. And you know my position. You know, I think it's all staged. But like even in the context of the conversation, if we're perceiving that footage of being real, that no person needs to be murdered, no matter how appalling they are to your particular opinion. You know,
No.
if you look at that footage and we take it for real, let's take it for real. I don't think that officer's life was.
I'm gonna tell you something. Mello here doesn't know what a fucking crime is. Okay.
Yeah.
The only time there's a crime is when there's a fucking victim. You retard. Who is the victim? Who is the victim? Whose fucking life was he saving by shooting that woman from the side? I will add too. Look at the bullet hole. Even watch the footage. Watch it from the different angles. Look at the tires closely. She was clearly stated she was leaving. Fuck you.
Yeah, he got his knee bumped by a bumper.
I hope nothing like that ever happens to you or anybody you know. My God, Mello. So even if somebody's an idiot, you're an idiot. Do you deserve to be shot? Should somebody shoot you 3 times in the face because you're an idiot?
It's divided the nation. It's got a left-right paradigm to it.
Yeah, and the question remains then now is like if you're operating that duality, like that girl didn't deserve to get shot if that's what happened. And
No.
what is the debate moving forward is like, first of all, did it actually happen? A, and B, yeah, is it normalizing the ability for psychopaths to shoot people?
Organic protest.
It's all meant much like Charlie Kirk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cubby. What did you say?
Oh, I was just gonna say it's all meant to invoke emotions, just like the
Yeah,
Charlie
yeah.
Kirk thing. It's to get everybody in an uproar and figure out
And
who's
again,
on what side. Like
when I can-
Rocky was kind of saying.
Yeah, that's a good point, Will. He says if it was getting run over, how the fuck did he shoot her? And why was the bullet angled from the side? The only bullet that went through the windshield was the one he reached over the fucking over the hood and shot. He reached over the hood from the fender and shot, and then shot twice into the window. Why? The last thing you want to do if somebody's accelerating with a vehicle is shoot them dead because they pressed down on the fucking accelerator.
And they only gave us one or two shots. We don't actually get to see anyone get shot. It's just after shots and before shots.
Well, my biggest thing is this, right? First off, there was no reason that woman needed to be shot at all. Nobody needs to be shot. We don't need fucking federalized, militarized, goddamn fucking troops in our goddamn streets.
Yeah, but it divides the nation. The right will say, we don't need cops doing it, and then the left will say, well, she was a terrorist or something.
Yeah, I know that. I don't give a fuck if she was a lesbian. I don't give a fuck if she was
it's like
none of that matters. None of that matters. There was no justification for that cop. Police professionals have analyzed the video and said just as much. The White House and Kristi Noem and her crusty fucking filtered makeup face are lying like crazy. Okay.
Yeah, about him getting hit by a car. I never saw that angle out of the 5 angles I think I've seen of that fucking thing. Like, I've never seen him actually get pushed by the vehicle or anything.
No.
It's a staged
event.
Did you ever figure out? Did anyone ever figure out why there was a dinosaur?
I asked that earlier.
I know.
Did anyone ever figure that one out? I always, the thing about with like a lot of this media is they, in my personal opinion, they have to put something in there that's just absurd.
Yeah,
it's like a woman laying, like she was like open the door to enter the car, but
well, that's another thing. All right, first off, she was not pulled over by them. Okay. You cannot just roll up to a fucking driver in a car and say, get out of the fucking car, and then start pulling on their door. Okay, this is a breach of the 4th Amendment. You're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to reach inside your car. They're not allowed to open your car. So they'll try. So always ride with your doors locked. Always have your doors locked, especially if you're in a police encounter, have your doors locked.
There's another bit too that might be worth looking at. It might be worth looking at on this too. Is there were a couple images that got spread out today, which were it was from the. Hold on, Rock. Hold on. There was a couple of shots where it was the front of the van, the burgundy van, Is it still agreed upon that she's from Missouri? Is
I
that
thought she was from Colorado.
Okay, so this is where it gets all mixed up. So, like, okay, the initial stories coming out was she was from Missouri. She drove all the way up to Minneapolis. Rock, would you please give me a minute? They give. She was from Missouri. She drove all the way up there to protest an ICE thing, and can you mute him, Sav, please?
Wrong with my sound.
And so like, there's a couple shots there, and I saw one. You know, these are images again, and I'm just going with the images that I see. What's wrong with this picture? Well, first of all, you know, cars from Missouri, you require that you have the license tag on the front as well as the back. Well, there was not one on the front. That was the first thing that was interesting to me. The second thing was what is she doing in Minneapolis about, you know, during an ICE thing, and then you have thousands in the streets like a minute later. Well, now I'm hearing you just said now that you thought she was from Colorado. I mean, does anyone know exactly where she was from? Does anyone know?
I'll look it up.
Why does it matter?
Why? Because it matters. Because like the images are showing stupid things. She didn't deserve to be shot if she actually got shot. No, she didn't deserve that. I'm agreeing with you. But there are stupid things coming out of the imagery that's not making sense one after another.
What I don't think is making sense, if I may, is that everybody is on, like, it seems to be a 50-50 split where everybody's on the cop side. And I think that is a
What are you talking about, Snowman? What are you talking about?
Well, the government.
Who is we, and who is 50-50 split? Where did you get this number from?
Event.
The brass. All the brass.
You're just saying things, Snowman.
No, I'm not just saying things. I've been watching everybody, including Trump.
We've all been watching it, but you're just saying things.
No, I'm not just saying things.
Are you making claims? Or are you making a? Like, I'm just saying, look at an image. Look at an image and see what does the image tell you? Because it's just an image on a screen. That's all it is.
From what I just looked at, she's from Colorado, by the way.
Colorado.
That's what it said.
So it's Colorado?
That's what I've read, yeah.
Okay, so the initial stories were Missouri. So, like, what do we take from the initial story versus now it's Colorado? That's another layer of like that, and you bounce all these images on top of each other, all these stories on top of each other, until it's all complete bullshit.
If you look
Whether or not she deserved to be shot or not is indifferent.
I've seen her act in a different crisis act. I mean, I've
crisis
seen her
actor
in a different crisis. It's like,
well, if you're making a claim, like, dig it up, and we'll take a look at it.
Show her faces. She's like, I've seen her before. She's played in these crisis things before.
Well, if you're going to do that, you need to make sure you have a.
I don't think it's even real.
Evidence out there.
It's a crisis actor. We don't even get to see her body or her face being shot. We then get some
that's private
picture. We don't see no.
I don't disagree with you on crisis actors. It's just like be careful with your claims and make sure
I
that
never
we
made anybody
know that.
All I was trying to say was that what is the consequence for assaulting an officer? You know what I mean? It's definitely not fucking death, right?
Well, she didn't assaulting.
Well,
their whole standard operational procedures tell them that they're not to get in front of a vehicle, and you're definitely not supposed to shoot someone that's trying to flee in a vehicle because of what happens. Their foot fucking tenses up. They hit the gas pedal. They no longer have control of the vehicle, and just like this car did, it smashed into a car up on the opposite side of the road. It smashed into it, and it hit it hard enough that car went forward and hit the car in front of it. And then this thing sat there against the telephone pole. I mean, y'all,
it would be a great skit, you know. The person is pretended to be shot and runs just enough to hit the fucking thing, make it look like a terrible accident. But to me, it looks all staged.
The two video angles don't line
but
up.
It divides the nation perfectly, almost in half. Like some people are rooting for the cops, some people are rooting for the other side. Now you got protests that don't seem organic protests. They seem like.
Did we already talk about the fact that this guy's been run over before and got 33 stitches in his leg?
Yeah, I know. Right? Yeah.
Come on, that's where I went. Oh, okay.
33 all the time.
Hey, Sav, I just wanted to put the link
Yeah, I got it. I got it pulled up. I'll grab it here in a minute.
3.5 minutes before.
Okay.
I don't know that
Are we going to be convinced that she's deserves to be shot?
No.
Well, here's something else. I saw this today because people have just been talking about this pretty much 24 hours a day, and one of the news channels was showing that they actually had the passenger side door opened up after the body or something like that was removed, and there's no blood anywhere on the seat or the door or anything.
Just on the
airbag.
So from the one photo they showed, I didn't see any blood. I was like, well, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I didn't see no blood.
Yeah, I was like, well, what the fuck's going on here? This could be like a triple-edged sword. You know, there's more to it than what we're being shown.
Triple-edged sword. That's a new one.
It's all a test. It's all a test, and whether somebody.
Remember, I was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cubby.
Oh, that's all right. It wasn't that. I was just gonna say, whether you watch the news or not, it's in social media. So it doesn't matter if you watch the news, social media. It's in your realm some way or another.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
here's what I was talking about with these cars that are these guys push this car out right in the intersection, man. Dig this. There's no sound. I don't know why, but there's not.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Suburban.
Is that a Wagoneer or a Durango? It's a Wagoneer, I think.
You see him push that fucking car?
It's 4-wheel drive.
Hey, can you back it up to the beginning, Sal? Back to the beginning of the video. I just want to see. So, like, this guy's like on it. So this. No, stop it right there. So, like, the guy that's driving, that's filming it. I'm just thinking about this. This is just me. Back at the beginning. I think it's important. So the guy that's driving sees a vehicle to his left, and he's also at an intersection. He's looking at the stoplights. He's looking at his other way. He's looking at his right of way where he's going to go. Grabs his phone, turns it to the left because he sees a guy bumpering. He's like, is he thinking, oh, I'm going to get a bunch of social media hits because I'm going to film this while he's driving a car?
No, I wouldn't even begin to try to think what somebody would be in their mind.
Maybe he's got a camera attached to his head, and he's just like, turn camera on, film car next to me doing this. I'm saying when I'm driving a vehicle, I'm operating the vehicle, and like maybe I'll think about filming it in a hot minute, but maybe this guy's spinning his tires or something. Okay, spinning his tires, and then it warrants him grabbing his phone, putting it out the window, and be like, this guy's gonna fuck some shit up. I'm gonna get this on film and get a bunch of hits. To me, like this kind of stuff, it's like who are these people that drive cars that have their phones and they grab them while they're operating a motor vehicle, looking at a stoplight, then they turn it out through the window to look at this and film it and be like, this is going to be a fucked up situation. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible.
I've done it. I've done it with other events that I've seen out my passenger side window.
Do you grab your phone? You grab your phone while you're sitting in your driver's seat while you're operating the vehicle, and you're like, "Fuck, I gotta film this." Okay, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's curious. It's curious.
It's just like right there next to me, anyway, right? But anyway,
I'm not disagreeing with your narrative of fuck all these people trying to hassle everybody. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of analyzing these images.
Right. Okay, this is all we have. We don't know what was being.
It's like we used to go Haji, like the biggest truck would run over the small trucks. It's just we used to call that in Iraq going Haji.
No one cares.
We would just run the fucking. Well, it looks like it's some military training. It's just pushing little cars around.
We don't need military training to take a vehicle and push another vehicle with the fucking.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's going Haji.
What's up, Roger?
Hey, Raj.
Yeah, you can call me William Tell. I'll just go with that.
Tell what?
Well,
Do
I'll put
tell.
an apple on my head, and you can
Got
shoot
a
it.
kid
on.
named Do Tell.
Do Tell. I've heard of Do Tell before.
I have a valid question that makes us all look like fucking amateurs here, though.
What?
Who are the people that took these videos? Like, were they seized by the news agencies? Like, who are these these film people that are just on the grassy knoll, man. Like for this instance specifically, body cams are not released until after the SIU has gone through their shit, especially in a fatal fucking thing. So,
well, there's a higher position on this whole thing that everyone here agrees on. I think that's listening to this is like, who's the guy that filmed the fucking thing flying off the moon? I mean, we're delivered images to our eyes, and we think that's the world that's going around, and maybe that's the truth. If you go up, if you see a riot that's going on up here, and you walk up to it and you see it with your own eyes, there's a riot up there. Maybe they're paid or they're doing whatever, but we're analyzing data through imagery from miles, thousands of miles away from each other, often from different countries that we're all in the same streams on, and we get these things that happen in front of our eyes on the black mirror in front of us. I'm not saying that they didn't exist. It's curious how quickly these images come at the right time, at the right place, and then the same outcomes happen at the right time in the right place, regardless of the individual debates we have inside of it, whether or not the girl deserved to be killed in Minneapolis or not. Look, I wouldn't, if I were a cop, and I would be like, I'd step out of the way and like, I'm not going to shoot this chick. I might shoot the fucking tires out, right? I'm totally down with that. What I'm struggling with right now is that this is the same thing that has happened for at least since 2020 and probably for 50 years, but 2020 woke me the fuck up out of all this shit that it's fake.
All right, so
I like the Beach Boys at the end of that, whoever played it.
This is what Greg gave us, the first preceding 3 minutes prior to the shooting. And we're seeing this angle here. What is that thumping noise?
So who shot this?
What?
Who shot this?
Apparently somebody across the street.
It says VidMax in the top left corner, whatever that is.
Big Max, okay.
Okay, so this honking of the horn, it looked like that was her.
Yeah.
She's
Which
seems
vehicle?
animated within the car. Hold on, let's see.
Yeah, can you get it back to her again?
Yeah, that's the Honda Pilot there, right? Sideways or what?
It was burgundy, one in the middle of the street. You saw it.
Yeah, yeah. There you go, obstruction, shoot in the head.
So this honking, what is that, like to alert people that they're in the area or something, or is that
Yeah,
part?
that's the idea. The same thing with the whistles. They're not do it to help throw off what they're claiming is that they use the whistles and the horns to disrupt the communications on radios and stuff between law enforcement.
So she knew that there was going to be an ICE operation as an independent protester. She knew that was going to happen, or she was waiting, or someone reported to her to get her to that vehicle, to get her vehicle right there so that she could alert or get in the way of the conversation. Like, how did she know that that was happening right at that moment?
It could have
How
been.
did she know that?
Well, it could have been that she was just coming through that area. Well, I don't know.
As
Did
a
she
random
become-
ICE protester, and
Well,
she saw
I
ICE
would
people,
imagine
and
I would imagine that in that area in Minneapolis and the proclivity to, I guess she likes carpet.
and she's from Colorado, so she's from Colorado, and she's wandering randomly through a neighborhood, and she sees ICE people doing something, and so she pulls her car to the side and stops traffic from Colorado, while the ice people are doing their thing.
Well, she lives in Minnesota.
Okay.
She's just originally from Colorado. She didn't drive to Minnesota to do this.
So then she knows the people that are getting harassed by ICE.
That's what I was going to say.
And she's pulled over. I'm just trying to logically analyze this, and like she pulls over.
You're not using logic, though. You're making a lot of assumptions.
So what is she? What is she doing there?
She was involved.
Well, obviously, however she came upon this, she is obviously disrupting their communications, or at least putting out a warning to people in the area that ICE is conducting their bullshit in their area.
Well, who alerted her?
I don't know. Maybe she came upon it as she was driving along. Maybe somebody said, hey, go down here and protest this or something. I don't know.
Who says she's protesting anything?
I only have, this is the earliest I've have of any of this right here.
This is kind of the explanation as to why they, she was being she went Ottawa trucker on their asses. And it is psychologically damaging. After about a half hour of that, all of us would be like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that shit's already getting on my fucking nerves.
I'm about sick of seeing all these videos.
I would have been out there and tapped on her glass with a ball bat. Hey, listen, honey.
So far, I don't see anything that warrants getting shot.
No, there's nothing warrants getting shot.
If this goes to the FBI and it goes to all through lawyers, and all of a sudden they say, "Oh yeah, that was deemed accessible, or acceptable in that position," and nothing happens to that ICE officer.
Who's playing music in the background?
I don't know. Is that you, Rocky? You got music going on?
Oh yeah, I did. Sorry about that.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that was a little.
So anyway, Andrew, sorry.
Oh, you tried that door too. Did you see that? He tried to open that Subaru door.
Yeah.
And there's a cop with her right now.
Even the dog's getting pissed off.
Oh, there's the shot. Anyways, they're dressed like mercenaries. They don't look very professional. Look at that one.
Hey,
well, it looks like they're way down the street. Looks like they're way down the street.
I was just going to say that. It was like, where's the honking coming from? Maybe they're disrupting conversation with the cops and whatever. But it looked like when you panned all the way to the left, that it was way down at the end of the block, right?
Yeah.
Is that what I saw? And they're honking, but why are they honking? They still have plenty of room till they get to the end of the block, and then they could drive around it, which most normal people would do. So you've got the honking, I guess, is the protester
later on,
honking.
you see her wave other people on by her.
Right. So okay. All right.
Am I wrong, or is there other people? It sounds like whistling, like there's other protesters on the block too, or something.
Hey, you know what?
People coming out of their houses or whatever, blowing whistles.
She's lucky. I mean, if I was outside and she was doing that, I'd fucking get my fucking gun out.
Yeah, it'd be a hard awakening, you wake up.
Yeah, it's just like I don't give a shit if I'm I don't care what you're honking outside my house for fucking 10 minutes.
But it feels like there's not a traffic jam there, even though there is one. So I'm just going to go with the fact that she's doing that to disrupt communication between ICE. I'm just playing this one out.
No, it's on their website.
Okay, so that's what they do. So there's not really a traffic jam here. She's just sort of blocking a little bit of traffic down at the end of the block. Am I cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. According to what the website says, that's what they encourage people to do. And everyone that does this, and gets recorded, and because they're following ICE agents, and ICE agents are taking their information from their car and stuff, and they notice it very quickly. And one of the things that they're doing is they're saying on their own, not ICE, this anti-ICE, whatever the fuck it's called, organization, is to do this. Use whistles, honk your horn, block traffic. It's one of their tactics they're trying to put out. It's public information.
Okay.
It's a regime change tactic. What it is you get other people to come in and do the dirty work, right? But like, she's alone, so where's all her backup? Like, if she is one of these BLM types or whatever, which I don't believe either. I don't think she's even there protesting. I think she's personally involved or pissed off citizen. I mean, but that's again posting that this is all fucking real, right?
I'm just working with it that it's real, even though I have my own opinion. But I'm just working as if it's
I have
real.
one more comment because my brain's so short, brother. Like, what if this is us looking at these videos? Like, we're saying that the angles don't match up and they've got moving elements and shit, and we're sitting here fucking debunking it for the AI, so it can be like, oh yeah, see how we fucked up there, and like, I don't know.
I don't go that deep. I don't go that deep. I just like debating it for mind strength. And like after this, I personally believe all this is fucking staged. But in the meantime, with what we're debating here is, did she deserve to get shot? We're not even debating. No. Did she deserve to get shot? She did not. I'm just looking for little anomalies in the
debate's over. Yeah, in those two areas anyway.
Hey guys, I got a question right quick. Didn't they say in the report that the ICE agents were stuck in the ice at some point in time?
Yeah, that's what they said first. And you look at this, it's a fucking clear pavement. I said that right off the bat. I said I don't see any fucking snow to get stuck in, man.
No.
There was one guy that slipped on ice on one of the videos, which was funny. I mean, it's always ironic, funny.
Yeah, I got it.
You know, it's like, but also the entendre or whatever the word, the ice and ice. It's sort of like language warfare, like within video, and then they get you to even more confused about actually what's going on because you're really just watching images on a screen. Nobody was there, at least in this conversation, I don't think, unless if you're out there and you live on that block. Please call in and talk to one of us and let us know that actually happened on your block. And you'd be like, I was there. You know, you know, these are the things that we're. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's one mad puppy.
Yeah, see, look, they're way down here.
Here they come.
That's a dog. Yep. That's a dog. Real close.
Is that a dog growling?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the guy recording the video.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that dog wasn't supposed to be coming out.
He don't like him either. All right, that guy got out of that silver truck when he shot her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Zoom in, bud.
All right, yeah, see.
I just think it's funny because there's so much drama around this. I lived in New York City for 20 years, and like that's not a traffic jam.
He waves that. She waves that car on.
Yeah.
This truck comes up. She's trying to wave him on. He won't go. This guy. She's talking to the lesbian wife right there. This guy tries to jerk the car open.
Yeah.
And that's right there. And that's where it stops on this one.
Yeah.
33 stitches. He's traumatized for life.
Wasn't it also on 33rd Street? Someone said that.
Between 33rd and 34th, but close enough, yeah. But that's what they do, man. That's what they do with all these things. They inundate everybody with all these. They inundate everybody with all these videos and information, everything, you know, just to muddy the water. You know, we're gonna analyze it to death, and then 2 days from now, Trump's gonna bomb somewhere, and it's gonna shift the narrative completely off it.
Cubby, I was just going to ask you, is someone keeping track of the bingo card by the day? I know they do it by the month. I love the X posts and everything else, like by the month. Anyone have this on their bingo card for this month? But it's daily. It's literally daily.
I know.
Like you saw you did earlier, you mapped that guy who's like August 12th, gravity's going to stop for 7 seconds. There's got to be somebody out there that has the script all the way, probably for 50 years, but like at least from 2020 when it really became obvious to a lot of people that there's something every day and it's getting shorter and shorter and shorter. If it's not this thing that we're talking about right now, it's going to be something else tomorrow, which is going to be something stupid and retarded. There you go.
Well, Saab said it yesterday. If you say a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. You know,
Yeah,
and I think
all the time.
you know, if any of us were smart, maybe we should just start making some story up. It'll go viral.
Hey, I'm gonna do a bunch of fucking fake videos if I have to, in regards to basically just like doing a parody of the ISS. Oh, on what is it, August 22nd or something? I'm just gonna do a bunch of fucking skits. Like, oh fuck, goddamn,
that's fear porn.
ah!
Can we speak the truth into existence?
Yeah,
That's what I said.
Right now,
Ye old manifesting.
Well, it's like one of those ISS episodes where you know, those things are like guys are holding a nut and a bolt and they actually drop.
I hear that's how they do it. They speak what they want, and they put spells on their records and put out curses, and they speak what they want to happen into existence.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, like, well, Sav, I mean, you can relate to this. You did a couple episodes. I think it was a couple. I know it was a month ago. You're like, words matter. They do matter. Words matter because that's how you receive them in your mind from somebody else, and then it becomes a reality in your mind because someone else spoke it. No. So, like, we live in a language soup of war, and you know,
Lowry,
choose your words.
Episodes where Saab did the spell magic book, that was really good.
Yeah, and that's really important, guys. Like, choose your words carefully.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch all of it, man. I should go back. It's still out there, Saab.
Yeah.
Everything.
Choose bright words, choose shiny words and bright words and awesome words. Don't use shitty ass occulted words and
I became a
black
little
magic.
confused when we were talking about the video because I had heard all this, of course, force fed me like on my shorts when I'm in between watching my guys or whatever. And yeah, it was this 33 on 33rd Street, and there's a fucking T-Rex, and I thought, holy fuck, that's how they do it. It's called
they grind that shit right into your fucking face all
Hear me
night
out.
long.
I got so much to say, and I'll never get it all out, but you know, like, it's called the Squid Game in court, and what it means is you just bring all the doubts. You're like, well, what about this? Well, you know, how could that guy be there when this guy says he was standing over there? Like, it's just the absolute chaos theory is just like ask so many questions, make it so like, what's the opposite of obvious? Like you know, and then make it obvious to us so that they know how to trick us better. But at the same time, I don't think they're trying to trick us. They're trying to piss us off. People that can see through the shit, they're trying to piss us
Well, it's
off.
all right, Snowman. That's too bad for you that you're in Canada because you're not going to get any Venezuelan oil.
Do you guys understand the way that I understand that? The way it's taught up here?
Yes, Snowman. I do understand what you're talking about. Yes.
Okay.
No.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'll just say yes. Yes.
Don't make us send the coyotes down, bud.
Programming.
Delivery from the
It's a
office. of the
630
president.
APC.
Sorry, what is this? Stimulus oil. 10 gallons of Venezuelan. Every American gets one. President wants you to know when he invades a sovereign country, we all reap the rewards.
Is that blood on it?
There's a little bit of blood on it.
Did someone get hurt for this?
No. In fact, here's one of the families we liberated.
I like this game.
This is AI.
Could be. It's impossible to tell these days.
I don't even have a car.
This is crude oil. Do not put this in a car. That would destroy the engine.
So what am I supposed to do with it?
You got like a lamp? Like an old lamp? The door's kind of creaky when you opened it. Good for that.
Is the president going to do anything about my student loans?
No, God no. In fact, we're going to garnish your wages. But the president did want you to have this block of ice from Greenland. There should be storming the beaches right about now.
Jesus Christ.
The family you liberated.
That's AI.
No way of knowing.
Why did we invade Greenland?
Why are we invading Greenland? Denmark has biffed it with Greenland.
What does that even mean?
It's absolute hack job. Mind if I see your algorithm?
My algorithm?
You gotta see what you're taking in. Photograph it, send it to the higher ups, put together an action plan.
I want some Greenland ice. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Put it in a martini. Be good.
That's your Greenland dividends. Holy shit, man. Did you see this in New York? In New
No, I
York
haven't
City
seen
today?
anything.
Protest of ice?
Nope.
This is fucking
Oh, I saw the LA one.
Get that shit, bro.
Well,
I think that's more people than turned out for the fucking New Year's.
Well, that would make sense because I live there, and most of the immigrants that came in came through New York.
There's no way it's
first.
that fucking. Look at what we're seeing.
And I can also call some people and be like, "Did that really happen?" I can find out, in a heartbeat. I probably should, but like, there's a lot of illegality in New York City. It just is what it is. Did you see? No, this is not on point. Never mind. It's not on topic.
No, do it. I'll remember where we are.
Yeah, right.
No, thank you.
Y'all, Dave just said something to me that kind of threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting that, and I asked if he would repeat it for y'all.
As a combat veteran, I'm having a hard time seeing the difference between ICE and ISIS. ISIS covered their face and publicly executed citizens. ICE is doing the same thing. ICE is operating as a government-sanctioned terrorist organization.
I don't ever really see you get upset. This kind of has me thrown, darling.
It should concern us all.
You should. I mean, the fact that we've actually got this going on. I mean, that these people are in, just, and they have immunity. They can do whatever the fuck they want. What? I've seen it. We'll see some videos here where they're like just people that are documenting them and videotaping them and shit. They just come up and fucking attack them. Just attack them. And that's going to be okay. That's okay. Because MAGA, right?
No, it's MEGA. You forget that.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I think they said there's a bunch of IDF embedded with these groups too, with this fucking ICE. These mass death squads.
How many zombies do you think you saw in that street shot there? How many zombies do you think you saw marching?
I don't know.
Just a question.
I can go back and freeze frame if you want to count them.
Yeah, I think fucking where's Lulu? What's his name? Lolo? I think Waldo's in there.
Wow.
I think that's where he is now.
Well, you found them?
They deported him to fucking New York. Every one of them.
AI generated.
Yeah, it looked AI generated too. Like it's.
Okay, what was the date of that ice thing that was shown in New York City? Was there a date on that?
That was today.
That was today. Okay.
I think it was today. Yeah. Hang on a second. This is the. It was either today or yesterday.
All right, BRB.
So, hey, hold on a second. Now think about this. You have kids. If you have kids, or you do have kids, and they come into your neighborhood, what's going to stop them from like getting hit by a stray bullet or something?
Right. Well, yeah.
Right. It brings a dangerous environment for sure. Yeah, I get that.
I'm not
that cop supposedly for having the training, as Christy Nome says, he sure did not observe situational awareness whatsoever.
Yeah.
He just pointed and shot.
If during pursuits, for example, they have they have to say it's clear traffic and it has to be like below 100 miles an hour unless you're a state trooper apparently. But they have certain rules, like you don't pit a guy unless it's like, you're already at that point, right? Like that's a different kind of thing. Like
rules of engagement.
Yeah, they would have actual rules of engagement for this guy, and like
they do. They do,
and he broke them.
He did, and he broke them.
Yeah.
He stood in front of a car, got 33 fucking stitches, and he still didn't fucking learn. You know what I mean? But at least this time the bitch ain't gonna talk, right? Fuck, it's so bad.
People need to fucking show up with guns to face you guys. It's fucking time for an armed resistance against the United States of America. Take your mask off. This is done. We're done. You're fucking murderers. You shot a woman in a wheelchair. We need to fucking come back with fucking weapons. Go to the gun store, get a gun, learn how to use it, and fucking face you guys man to man.
Here he said he needed to go to the store, get a gun, and learn how to use it and come back. And I'm like, dude, you should have been doing this a long time ago.
Yeah.
You should have been doing that shit a long time ago. But he ain't wrong.
Nope.
By any means necessary.
Provocateur.
By any means necessary, maybe.
Yeah.
But sooner or later, I'm telling you, there's going to be some shit come down on these guys, man. I'm serious. There's some shit going to come down on them. I hear
Well,
they
you know,
was. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
I
know,
was just saying, like,
what you reap, what you sow, man. And they're gonna get it tenfold, 70-fold. It's gonna come back to them, man. It is.
I don't know, man.
Still talking about they. You mean the cops? Because it's not really their fault if you get down to the
Well,
nitty gritty of it.
All of them, man. It's from the top down, dude. They're all responsible.
Wait a minute. What do you mean it's not their fault?
Yeah.
They're just following orders, man.
Oh no.
I'm not saying what he did was just following.
No. I'm just following orders is not a fucking excuse ever. Okay. In fact, Ted Lieu, do you know who he is? He's a U.S. congressman. He
No,
just
we
made
go over this once a week, though.
He made a public announcement today and said that any soldiers, including generals, that go in and do any kind of military action into Greenland without congressional approval are following illegal orders, and they're going to be subject to United States, the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice. He said that is not, no, we don't get to just do that. You have to have congressional approval for something like that. You cannot just go in and do that. And he put that out here today. So no, you can't just, because what if the order, what if you're a soldier?
It's like the
right?
bail clause.
Now listen to me. What if you're a soldier and your officer in charge of you tells you, go over there and shoot that little baby in the face? Do you have to do that?
I'd probably look him in the eye for a while.
No, wait a second. No. Would you have to follow that order?
Anyone in the military knows this, and the answer is no.
No.
It's called an unlawful command.
That's right.
Yeah.
You only have to follow lawful orders. Okay. And if Donald Trump orders the military to invade Greenland, he has broken the law. That's an illegal order because there's no imminent threat from Greenland, and it requires congressional approval.
That keeps people stealing.
Was Venezuela congressionally approved?
No, he broke the law on that too.
Yeah, he's going
He
rogue.
broke the law on that too. Let me see if I can find that guy. This
But
guy.
that was like predictive programmed in Call of Duty 2013. Even to the date, it said 2026 that the very city would be in Call of Duty was invaded. The very city on the very date, 2026, Call of Duty predictive programmed.
If you say it one more time, we'll get it.
Yeah, we got it.
The storyline, though, is my question. Like in the video game, though, because did anybody see the power outage? There was like a big flash. I saw one video, and the whole place went dark. Poof! But he was on his phone. He's like, what the hell? Like a Blair Witch fucking thing.
So I like this. This guy, he threw it right back. Watch this.
So what's funny to me is when is violence, when is protest, when is this all acceptable?
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody in Colombia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, are they talking about Iran at the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face. I mean, I think it's a very American idea that I want police forces to be able to shoot Americans indiscriminately. And the idea J.D. says is that they should have absolute immunity. You know, I thought this guy was a hillbilly. He had a book, Hillbilly Elegy. And I can tell you, hillbilly values, at least from where I'm from in Appalachia, are that the government ought not be able to have absolute immunity when they shoot you in the face. But maybe we came from a different Appalachia.
Okay, Corbin.
That's funny, man.
Yeah, he was trying to stir him into that Iran protest bullshit.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, there's because well, what they're trying to do is make it look like, oh, those evil Iranian government is shooting the protesters because they don't like what the government's doing. Okay. And what are you doing? Shooting fucking protesters for protesting the government for not doing things that they don't agree with. What in the fuck? Hypocrite much?
A
Jesus
whole lot, actually.
Christ, man.
That's the definition of it, I think. If you want to go look it up.
God. This is really bad.
I was busy BRBing. I was checking in New York whether or not there was an ICE protest. I am waiting for the response from that. But Nicole brought up a good point. It's like, George Floyd being the first version of this, the second version being the lesbian being killed, shot in the face, which she didn't deserve. What would be the third version? This is a really good conversation starter. Credit Nico. What would be the next archetype that would be shot in wrong terms? Would it be a no? I don't think it's a Somalian kid. I think it would be, what would be the next archetype that would be shot in a wrong manner that would be presented in the media moving forward? Because
Donald Trump will get fake shot in the ear again.
That's too easy. I'm talking like what would be the next? What would be the next archetype? So we have the lesbian and we have the black. Now would it be? I don't think they would go Jew. I don't think they would go.
It's going to be a furry.
Would it be a furry? Would it be a furry?
Furry and his boyfriend. Yeah.
I will get a fucking gun out when I see a furry again.
If they shoot a furry and say Portland, let's say they shoot a furry in Portland.
I'm done. I'm so done.
I'm just saying, like we would go through the archetypes. It could be a furry. It could be they have an endless amount of archetypes that they can go through in order to get that archetype mad at the other archetype, right? Which is kind of what's happening here, right? It's like, oh, now they shot a white, and her name was Renee Good, which was curious. But like, it's just, if we're thinking this appropriately moving forward, there's another archetype coming up. What's the next strongest one politically that would get shot in an unreasonable manner? All the while normalizing shooting people.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's she deserved it. She broke the law. What law? She didn't break the law. There was no crime committed. Who was the victim? Who was the victim besides her?
So weren't they
people assaulting her and trying to take her out of her fucking vehicle? What the hell is that, man? That's crazy.
So they were claiming she was interfering with a police investigation, right? Supposedly.
A crack prostitute whore will be the next victim.
Okay, so you have let's play this out. Let's just war game this. Okay, so like, what's the next biggest political block
why
that you want to?
Think that? Hold on. Why do you think that it'll be a black prostitute?
No, I said a crackhead prostitute whore.
Okay. No, the political block is not big enough for that. It's just they don't have any votes or votes.
How can somebody be what's the difference between a prostitute and a whore?
It's the same thing.
Well, no, prostitutes get paid for it. Whores just do it.
Who's the next angriest political block that you want to piss off their block? Who's the next one? The angriest one, obviously, after the blacks, is the angriest one. Is the liberal crazy white woman with pink hair. Okay, we've got that one now. Well, who's the next one? Who's the next political bloc that carries political sway per se?
Oh, it'll be a Jew. It'll be a Jew.
No, they won't go. They won't go Jew. They won't go full Jew. They will not go full retard. They will not do that. They'll say that for the end, right? They've already done that. They already did that in World War II. They've already done that one, so they can't do it again until
an Iranian is going to shoot an ICE agent. Wow.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so a Muslim.
No, not Muslim.
No, we're onto something here now. We're actually moving forward here.
Hold on, take a breath, Lowry. Not Muslim.
Regime change, whatever inspired regime change.
Holy fuck, snowman.
He's asked a question, man. Just give him a second.
Fuck, man. Every time I start to say something, you start going blah blah blah.
He's on the trigger.
I'm trying to cut off Lori, not you.
Don't cut off anybody.
I was just joking.
Yeah, boomer.
Not Muslim, Lowry. Iranian.
Okay.
Oh, like the Ayatollah kind of thing, like
we have
expand.
Well, no, we have to have a problem. We have to have the new enemy is going to be Iran. We need Iran. Iran is going to pull the next false flag in the United States. So expect a mass casualty event of some form or another that's going to take place. They're going to say it's the Iranians that did it, and that's going to get everybody juiced up to go in and attack Iran along with Israel.
Well, if you asked Candace Owens, she said it was going to be her, but
no, it ain't going to happen. Not her.
Well, you had Charlie Kirk, right? Everybody overlooked that one. Apparently, I don't know how, but
well, I tell you what, an Iranian gets shot in Greenland.
Oh my God! Yeah, the Iranians have taken over Greenland. We have to fight for what is
that I would actually vote for. I think that might be a good idea, just to try to really fuck things up a little bit.
I wouldn't throw it past anything, man. This is how these fucking idiots do, man.
Greenland has lots of military bases on it. I don't know what you guys have heard in the past, but I've heard in the past, like, this information is probably scrubbed, man. But I've known for a fact that different organizations like China and fucking America have bases in Greenland, have air bases. You probably Google it. Like, fuck, I'm just being lazy.
Listen, they said that's fine. You can have all the military presence and whatever you want to right there in Greenland if you'd like. If you want to beef up your strategic shit, that's not a problem. But no, you can't have it. It's not yours. You can't have it. And Trump's excuse is, well, it's different when you own it. You defend it harder. And it's like,
but it's a unique place. And the other thing that's unique about it is, if I'm not mistaken, they have one of these big fucking seed vaults or something. It's like a deep underground military base that they acknowledge or something.
Yeah, we've all heard that. We all heard that story. I mean, it's a story.
Hold on,
maybe they do.
Do you know? Is this a fact? Jesus.
The gateway to the North Pole.
All right, good for you, Rocky. Shut up now. Do you have any evidence of? God damn it, man! You do that with everybody. You just start bumbling like you sound like a bumblebee in a jug or something, man. Chill.
Well, you just have to fucking trust me, so.
Okay. I'm trying to understand, where did you get this information about a deep underground military base in Greenland?
Just doom scrolling over the last 10 years, man. That's the same way. I know, not doom scrolling, but back in the day, I don't know. I guess we had different sources. Like, I can't even remember how I was, like, mostly it was like the 2000s. And again, Coast to Coast Radio started me on the path, right? And,
Have you been there, Snowman? Have you seen the vault sticking out of the snow? I mean, I'm not saying it isn't there.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
I've
but
seen
I mean,
images 20 years ago. I've seen fucking images of the guys going on high jump too.
Okay,
right?
that's
like,
what I was getting at. So no, you don't have any evidence of it, just like a TikTok video or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's like it's from 20 years ago, before everybody was full of shit.
Right. So it's rumored. It's rumored that there is an underground military base in Greenland. Plausible rumor, but we don't know that for a fact, do we?
It's news agencies in there and shit. It's mainstream media 20 years ago. Not that fucking threats it, but
no.
They had old stories. Journey to the Center of the Earth. It was north.
Yeah. I was going to go back to the Vikings days. Remember how they used to tout Greenland like it's a wonderful place to go? When every got there, they found out it was a desolate piece of shit, and they were hiding Iceland.
Green.
Yeah. So
yeah, they reversed the names, Raj. Yeah. Right? They reversed it. Iceland was actually okay, at least relatively okay, and Greenland was not.
Paradise.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Snowman. I'm sorry. It's like, look, I heard the same story about the seed vault. I went through all that whole thing. Maybe it's there. But you haven't been there, and you don't know it's there. I'm still waiting back for my friend in New York City to find out if there was actually an ICE protest on that street. I'm still waiting. And maybe there was one. Maybe there was one, but I'm going to get a confirmation from a friend in New York City to make sure that happened, which it probably did, because there's a fuck ton of people that are illegal in New York City. Probably did happen, but I'd like to find out for sure. You saw an image on a screen 20 years ago. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Like it's just
Fucking
something you
acknowledge
saw
that
on a
you
screen.
understand what the fuck I'm talking about, that it's a possibility that that's a resource that would be worth keeping. It's like, it's a military strategic area. Everybody, like, you know, but at the same time, if China's got a fucking base there,
What are you talking about?
He's saying Greenland's a strategic place for.
It's like a NATO fucking base, buddy. It was like everybody was there.
Dude, every single place in this whole place is strategic.
We're
what
like,
are you talking about?
Look, Trump said we don't want. Trump said we don't want to have
the fucking thing. It has a
Trump said that he didn't want to have Russia as a neighbor. It's 50 miles from Africa, from Alaska.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's a little too late for being neighbors. We already are, right? It's one of those
So it's
things.
nothing about strategics or any other such fucking nonsense at all. There's something else involved here. I know what it is.
Well, it is like a gateway.
To distract you from the fact that the fucking president and all his friends are pedophiles. That's what it is.
Yeah. There's that.
That's what it is. Meanwhile,
yeah, and that's the front line. The North is the front line. That's how you get to these fuckers. They're at the North Pole. I'm saying it to
why did it take that many men to take that one little man down?
I know.
You see that little orange hammer? See that little orange hammer right there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I know
for busting out windows.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's for busting out
And-
car windows with.
And for
Nobody did. I'm not fucking cowards are here.
Hey, Saab, can I ask you a question? I think it's a legitimate question. If you want to pause that real fast, and I think I'm on to like what you're getting onto here is, what you're solidly against is the normalization of this kind of street behavior, right? That's what you're getting up to, right? And that's like, don't confuse it with the fact that I think all this shit's staged, which I do. This sort of shit, even if it's fucking propaganda, it's normalizing assholes who might have been sociopaths or psychopaths to begin with, who got into the trade to use their little toys to fuck with people. Am I on the right track here?
I wasn't tracking, man.
I'm saying like you're basically saying, in no uncertain terms, that they're normalizing, street brutality. Even
No, they're not normalizing it. They're just fucking doing it.
They're doing
There's
it.
nothing normal about it. This is why people are going, what the fuck are you people doing?
Yeah.
That's not normalization. Normalization would be a gradual fucking incline to it. This isn't gradual. This is just, hey, there's a guy with a camera. Let's fucking beat the fuck out of him and take him off to some black site where nobody knows where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is. This ain't no different than the fucking Nicaraguan death squads that was going around kidnapping fucking people. None of this is any different than that. None of
These are
it.
criminals, aren't they? That's all they are. They're just criminals, just straight up.
They are criminals, Roger. You are absolutely 100% right. 100% right. Trained by the IDF, baby. IOF.
How you spend your life? Cheap JV Gestapo? That's what you want? Who do you need us to contact? Give us a phone number. Give us a phone number. My girlfriend's right behind you. Once you guys get him in, let's get him into Victor 3, okay? I'm going to Victor 3. That's what I said. Victor 3. Get up. Give him a good pat down. Once you get him up, give him a good pat down. Get up. Hey, right here, right here. All right, we're good. Back up. Pick up his leg. Back up, you guys. That's a fucking bitch. Stay back. Stay back. Hey, you guys need a back up. Take a step back. Move the shit. Move the shit. Put in the back.
Outside of fucking Speedway.
Speedway.
Man. Gas stations.
Sorry?
Homeless hangout.
Here, watch your head as we cram you in this car after we just beat the fucking living shit out of you.
yourselves at a fucking gas station? Fuck you!
Looks Arab to me.
Broke bitch! Behavior!
He arrested the store manager.
Wouldn't that be something if like a van load of fucking people just showed up and started mowing down those fucking ICE agents?
So what's the game? What's the game then, Sav? And this is a really important question because they're
trying to spark violence. They want a spark of violence. They want somebody to shoot one of these fucking cops.
So they still don't have the numbers. So like I don't understand the logic. No. I'm
real quick.
No, Cubby, listen. I want to talk here. They don't have the numbers. So what is the game? If they want to spark it, they still don't have the numbers. Even if the
what
census.
do you mean the numbers? The numbers in one group big enough.
I'm not
to cause
finished,
damage?
Snowman. Just let me finish my thought, and then you can respond. They don't have the numbers. The ICE agents. It's the same thing as the IRS versus the alleged populace of our continent, which is allegedly around 380 million. That's consensus data, maybe less. I'm not making that part of this. They don't have the numbers to win, so they want to spark. They want to spark a war. Okay, I can get down with that. They want to spark a war. They still don't have the numbers to win the war that they're trying to spark. That's what I'm trying to make a point of.
They're not going to have the war because they got the people. They already ran the test for the lockdown.
They're doing a civil war where they're gonna have us fight each other.
You think that? Well, no, that's true. That's divide and conquer. What I'm saying is that their data doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make zero. It makes zero sense. We're talking numbers. We, as in the other ones that aren't that, outnumber them exponentially. This doesn't make any sense to me other than a last-ditch effort to piss off whoever's left that are stupid enough to fall for it.
Okay, so they're doing a lot of things that don't make any sense. Okay, and they know they've got enough people conditioned to adhere to and obey a fucking lockdown order. They've done it before. They'll do it again. Okay, they know that the percentage of people that will defy it are very small. Okay, like we saw that guy. He's just now getting the fucking call. We need to go to the store and get it going and learn how to use it and come back. Time for that was about fucking 10 years ago. Okay. If not 5 years ago. But you all sat back there happy about your rainbow flags and everything else. And now the fucking boot's coming down on your neck and you don't know what to fucking do. Okay.
Do you let them eat
this
themselves?
Whole thing is going to get people locked down. We already know that the postal workers have been given a memo to have their essential worker papers and carry them with them at all times. Just
Lowry, what they'll do if they get in trouble, they'll just call in the National Guard like they did the last couple of times they got in trouble. So they'll bring the military in to squash any real resistance.
But aren't those like our relatives and neighbors?
So are these. So are these.
Yep.
So are these. These are your relatives and neighbors right here too. These fucking camouflage thugs right here. Those are your friends. Those are your neighbors. Those are your peers. Those are your relatives, your neighbors, your friends. That's them right there. There they are. They got no problem shooting a motherfucker in the face.
So you guys have all hit on good points. I'm going to add to it a little bit. So this thing has been going back further. You know, the whole the uniparty, the government as a whole, have been putting this in place for a while. When in Trump's first presidency, what was it? They wanted to build a wall, right? It wasn't to keep them out. It was to keep us in, right? Yep. We had the lockdowns, you know. Yep. So that might tie into this part that I get to later. Then you had Biden come in and he brings all the illegals in, right? And then so they're setting it up for Trump to come back in, and then now he puts ICE in place to take supposedly the illegals out. Well, really, I think it's just a front for what will happen to you once they decide martial law, possibly, and AI governance overall. I think it's all just a big play that once they get all their infrastructure and they're in place, which I think it's pretty close, Agenda 2030, basically. Once all the infrastructure is in place and they do decide martial law and all that, they'll use the National Guard, they'll use ICE for us, at the United States citizens, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I meant. But anyway, so I think all these things as a whole has kind of played into it, and they've been playing the long game for a while here, and it's all in conjunction. They're a uniparty. They work. Who's fucking talking now? Is it you? Figures. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Well, no, I'm not friggin' trying to stir shit up. I'm just agreeing with them out loud. I'm sorry.
You're not stirring shit up. You just talk over everybody every fucking time. Can't you just fucking wait for 2 seconds? Is it that big of a deal? Is your fucking brain that slow? Goddamn, dude.
I know, right?
I agree with
it is
your
really
value.
goddamn irritating as fuck, man. Go ahead, Covey. Finish what you wanted to say.
I'm done. That's all I really had to say.
I would agree with that. I would agree with it. There is
just
that.
saying that it's agreeing with the desensitization of it, because once the military is in place, it's harder to get it out. Like once they're there, and not even about the desensitized, they'll start to make offices. Like they made these forces. Like ICE is a made-up force. Like there was no ICE before, right? They changed the name and made a whole division and shit.
Well, I warned against this back years and years ago when they first jumped in there with this National Defense Authorization Act, the Patriot Act, all this shit, right? The creation of the new Department of Homeland Security, a paramilitary force under it. Okay. And we're seeing the results of that now. Okay. Of course, no, it never existed. They created it. They used a crisis, never let a crisis go to waste. Blow Bubbles makes an interesting point. Says you guys always rooting us for having no pew-pews, but getting walloped. And getting walloped, you guys have them and you're in the same boat. Okay, what I want you to notice is, where is this taking place at? Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, what's different about Minneapolis, Minnesota than, say, Dallas, Texas? Most of these people don't have pew-pews. They gave them up. They know they're going to meet very little resistance from that at all, if any, in Minneapolis area right there. You know what I'm saying? It's because they've got tight gun control legislation. Okay, now you go to areas that don't have that.
I was getting ready to say that, so I was like,
okay, they're not.
You know how many guns there are just in West Virginia?
Yeah, they're not.
Just in
not
West Virginia.
Yeah, they're not pulling that bullshit over in Wheeling. Okay, they're not pulling.
It's
pulling
true.
That bullshit in liberal leftist fucking Minnesota, where these people, their governor, Tampon Tim. All right, so there again, I'm not saying that excuses what's going on, but if you'll notice these places, where's another one where they're pulling this bullshit? Los Angeles. What does Los Angeles have? Very strict gun laws, right? So most people don't have any guns, and if they do, they're about useless as tits on a boar hog because of all the modifications you have to do to them to make them fucking legal. So that's what the difference is right there. We have different places where it's not blanket nationwide that they have these strict gun laws. Those are only like in these liberal fucking areas, these liberal cities, these communist places. And this was the reason exactly why they have the strict gun laws, so they can do this kind of shit right here. Okay, so they can do this kind of shit right here. And that's what I'm saying. Notice they're not pulling this over in Wheeling, West Virginia. They're not pulling this down in Mobile, Alabama. They're fucking pulling this shit in liberal left places that they know they've already got the guns out.
Yeah.
And
they're not going up against equally matched population. I guarantee you they wouldn't be able to get away with this bullshit here.
Well, if they give them their way, they'll have gun control everywhere, and they'll just disarm the public so they can come in and squash any resistance. That's all they want to do.
And that right there in itself would spark off some shit.
Well, I think one of the issues that is going to possibly arise from all this is that, they will do it in a certain area, fuck around and find out kind of situation, in which case some of the citizens will probably, take out a couple of ICE officers or something like that, sniper fire or whatever else, and then that will allow the president to actually institute the Insurrection Act, which in that point he can actually declare martial law in an area.
He probably want to do it nationwide, dude. Think about it.
Well, it's gonna be, yeah, but they don't have enough forces to do that nationwide.
That's what I was going to say, Andrew, and that was kind of the point I was making earlier, is that the numbers don't make sense, and that's why this whole narrative makes no sense to me, because if let's just say the census is lying 50%. So let's say there's 150 million people in the United States, not 380 or 400. And just call it the people that have gun licenses in the United States. It's an army of people that don't want to be fucked with. They already know this. So what is the point of this scare campaign? Whether it's real or not, what is the point? Why are they trying it? It doesn't make sense. If they're these big number kings, these guys, these superiors who have all the data and they know how the population is going to react, why would they do this knowing that the numbers are not in their favor?
No, that's not the point, though. Here, I'll explain what you're getting at, and that is, look at the locations that they're not going to do it in. They're probably not going to go to very conservative, right-wing, small towns.
There's a lot of those.
Okay, but what they're doing is right now, all these areas that are being targeted are hardcore left-wing Democrat fucking crazy people towns where there's a lot of scams and shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Seattle, Portland,
yeah,
Chicago.
Yeah,
LA. See, you guys are divided as well. Like, you're talking about psycho Democrats. Since when were all Democrats psychotic?
I'm not divided at all. You just put something on me that I'm not. Stop
I didn't put anything on you. I'm questioning what brother.
Well, just speak in the way you mean to speak.
Divide and conquer, class war.
Yeah.
Class war kind of
They're calling them stupid Democrats.
Rocky, this doesn't seem like a class war, dude. This seems like just all out
demographic war.
We'll do something to anybody. This is a rural neighborhood. This is not like a low
The coast. I see the coast, like all the coasts. The East Coast, the West Coast, they've all been liberalized. They gave up their guns, and then you got the mid-America we hold on to our guns, so they're surrounding mid-America, and there's
this is mid-America right here. This is Minneapolis, man.
Gentrifying.
Yeah.
It's not gentrifying.
I can answer your question.
No, it's not even.
It's the full point.
It's not just.
I know. How are they gentrifying it?
So it's like.
Well,
been watching too much Tim Pool.
People from the West Coast who are smart are moving inland, getting away from the coast.
No, that's
maybe going down to Texas or whatever, but they're escape LA, and
Okay, so look, this isn't a fucking war of territories. All right, it's a
and
war.
then you got the president making New York City a prison, like escape New York. And you got to send in the snake. Send the snake in.
Well, we're living the movie now, aren't we, Rocky?
Yes, I did Kurt Russell. Yep.
Yeah, they're. What's going to happen is Red Dawn. They said it was the invasion would come from the.
No, it's good. It's getting off the rails a little bit.
I would be careful with referencing movies and any of this stuff, because that's what they want. They want you to reference movies and think that's not what it is. It's a language war. They're trying to get you to behave into the thing that they're speaking, and just if you don't behave into it, the numbers far outweigh us to this small problem that we see occurring on a digital screen that we look at every day. If you walk down the street in most of these towns we live in, you don't see any of this shit. I lived in New York City. I saw all this bullshit. It's a powder keg up there. Same as Chicago, same as Portland. They're all powder kegs, and they knew that, and they're manipulating it. They're exploiting that groupthink in those towns. That's all they're doing. We outnumber them so much that it's hilarious. That's my big problem with all this, is like that they even think that they can pull digital manipulation of the population with stupid stories like this, whether they're true or not, doesn't matter. It's retarded. It's dumb. It's so funny that we should be laughing at it. It's so stupid.
We're the only ones, and we're fighting with each other.
Well, I mean, that's a group psychology
You
experiment. You want to
guys
behave
just
in.
go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and go. You guys go ahead and just fucking keep rambling. Snowman and Rocky just keep mumbling back and forth to each other. Go ahead, and you can.
Thanks for letting me talk. Yeah, predictive programming is a part of it.
Oh wow,
And
that
then-
wasn't what that was for.
Oh, shit.
Don't take a cue, Rocky. Take a cue.
Wow.
Have you guys ever heard of an operation called Operation Anaconda?
Yeah.
I was not a part of it, but a lot of the Marine buddies I had, it was when actually it happened like twice, but in Iraq, what the Marines did is they first went in, they started doing patrols and shit like that, sort of like what ICE is doing at the moment. And I can't necessarily just say I disagree with everything ICE is doing. I think the way it's being framed is really fucked up, and there could be some sort of a back-end agenda as well. But Operation Anaconda, it was mostly the Marines and plus the Army and plus some of the Navy, like Special Forces and shit like that. They surrounded Fallujah. Every single entrance and exit to the city was shut off, and then they had something like 30,000 troops, like ground forces, and they just surrounded the entire fucking city and slowly moved in with tanks, Humvees, Cobras, Apaches, the fucking works, and squeezed everything until they searched every fucking building.
They about got their asses kicked too, babe, because it took them like a severely long time to secure that fucking city. That's just one city.
Yeah, I think it was like a month or something like that is what they were saying. I wasn't there. I got there right after that, but I was there for the same thing happened to this place called Ramadi, and that's what they do. They squeeze everyone out, but meantime, they cause a bunch of chaos within it, causing other people to flee because they know the fucking military's coming in. And then from
I
there,
remember Haditha.
they just surround the entire fucking place and squeeze it. And yeah, obviously there's going to be some people that get, U.S. forces that got killed in that. But the fucked up thing is we killed a lot more innocent people than they killed of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I seen they did the same thing at Haditha Dam, Al-Assad. I was stationed at Anaconda.
Anaconda was
where the hell is Anaconda at?
It's a
Air Force Base.
No, it's not a base.
Air Force Base.
No, it was an operation.
I know what you're talking about, Andrew.
Anaconda Air Force Base, Balad, Iraq. It's called Anaconda. Balad, Iraq Air Force Base.
I've only been to TQ Al Taqaddum.
And then I was stationed in Al-Assad with the Marines.
Good.
They did I was just a mechanic. I didn't know. I figured this shit later, what the whole thing was. I was a dumbass like everybody else.
Well, I wasn't a dumbass. I was definitely not one of those.
I was a contractor. I was hired to teach, train all branches of the service to work on MRAPs, how to learn how to drive them. That's all I did. I was just a trainer, an old man, because you don't learn that in the Army for 2 years ago to become a mechanic. So they hired me.
Right on, congratulations. And yeah, I was over there as well. I saw a lot of contractors making a lot more fucking money than I was. But the reason I was bringing that entire thing up is because it's similar to what's going to be happening with going back to my original point, and also what Dave was saying, that yeah, they're going to be going into these areas where there's no fucking resistance at all, and they could be using this idea of illegal immigration, and these people, they said that all they were there for one warrant for one person, and then all of a sudden they have like 500 protesters. All of a sudden, it's kind of weird how it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they're going into these areas where there's not very many weapons, but one of the places, I'll guarantee you this, they will not go to, I don't know what's like the most right-wing fucking gun-loving state. I think it's like Kentucky or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Like everybody has fucking like machine guns and shit. Yeah, they're not going to be going into those areas because there's no need. There's no need to.
Yeah, they won't be able to make it out. Like the Carolinas is like that too. I mean, the kids out and my friends growing up, they're armed to the teeth.
No. When I say there's no need to, right now, if they were to go into like a hardcore liberal type of an area, then all these liberals, doesn't even matter why they're fucking there, like why the cops are there. They're just going to resist them right now. It's like it's a part of their. It's like a hobby just to resist the police.
Should be resisting. These aren't police. These are federal troops in the American streets. These are not police. You can call them whatever the fuck you want to. They're not police trained. They're trained on detaining and kidnapping brown people, man. That's all.
Okay, I misspoke. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that when it comes, even with local police in these areas, you're not going to, the people that are protesting against all these different things that happen, they happen to be on this hardcore left-wing, obedient type of mentality, and they're just going to resist. A lot of them are paid protesters too. It's not even a confusion about that. You can apply for one of the jobs on the internet. They're not doing that in right-wing areas though, where people have fucking guns and people they see a bunch of law enforcement. They're like, all right, whatever. Fucking do
Hey, hold on. That guy that's showing us in the front, that looks like a paintball gun.
It is a paintball gun, but they have pepper rounds in them.
Oh,
so it's basically like
you should know that being in the military.
Yeah, it's
we didn't have them.
They're pretty new. They're pretty new, aren't they?
But they were practicing at Haditha Dam. They were using drones.
Now they've had those for like 20 fucking years or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, today's warfare isn't about clearing houses. If they get right lethal, it won't be about clearing houses. That's like the firepower comes from above, man. Like,
They had Predator drones when I was in.
Cool.
The other thing as well, last thing I'm going to say for the moment, I have to go AFK in a moment, is that, they don't have the numbers versus like the entire, obviously the military is only about it's like 3% of the entire population of the United States, and only about, and that's including National Guard, reservists, and active duty. So I think we have like 1.7 million people, and only about 10% of those people are actually active trained combat troops. So and also if you add all the law enforcement in as well, that might add another million for the entire country. So that's not what need to be used. They have, if there's like 10 of these federal troops that are in there, it wouldn't even matter. As soon as they start using live rounds, that's when shit will get fucking crazy. If they start shooting innocent people like in the like a fucking riot, they start gunning people down like in a Rambo movie or something, which I don't think is going to happen, but they could, and all of a sudden that is what you would call totalitarianism.
They could drop 500,000 mini drones out of a C-130. Drop and
could do a lot of things.
Think it out before you decide to tell about it. Think it out before you decide to tell about it. That's a good thing. If you've got something you want to say, look. Snowman, I'm sorry. Was my talking?
He's doing a good job, isn't he?
Sub, you got to go, our buddy. Snowman.
I'm sorry, man. You just set me up.
One more fucking time. One more fucking time. One more time. Because you're getting on my nerves with that fucking bullshit, man. See, and I have to do that, and then I'm off what I was wanting to talk about. Why do you keep doing that? Do you know that talking over people is fucking wrong, right? You know that that's just not acceptable, right? You know this? Do you know this? Have you ever been told
You're
that?
Give Rocky a tongue lashing, but he sounds like he's a little bit fucked up, but he's talking some truth, man.
I don't give a fuck what that is. When is it appropriate for you to just start fucking blabbing your pie face in the middle of somebody's sentence? When is that okay?
It's just a delay thing, man. Like when you
I get it under control because nobody else is seeming to have a problem with the delay. So figure out why you have a delay and fix it. It's not a delay. It's because you have no impulse control. It goes through your brain and it automatically has to come out of your face. And you haven't even thought out what you want to say.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a long fucking time, man.
Get the words together so you're not stammering all the time. I mean, you too, Rocky. If you got something to say,
sometimes it's hard to interrupt because someone's always talking, and if you interrupt that guy, he bitches and moans and bitches about it. But everybody can interrupt. They can interrupt me, and anytime they fucking want to and shit, because I don't have my shit together. I don't talk properly. Fuck.
Well, goddamn, don't you think that if I'm talking to you, how long are you gonna want to listen to me if I'm sitting there going, and okay, then all right, so then people are gonna go, God damn, man, think out what the fuck you want to say and then say it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing, but goddamn, if you're gonna fucking interrupt to say something, have something to say. I mean, that would be so much more helpful for the listener. Don't you agree?
I just asked, is that a fucking paintball gun? That's one thing I said. What else did I ask? I just asked a couple fucking questions.
I know. I know. And you do it right in the middle of when somebody's saying something.
No, I was just mentioning that everybody's saying what they could do this, they could do that, and that they could drop 500 them little bots. And
you're the only one that said that. Nobody else mentioned.
Yeah, I said that.
Hey, gentlemen, can I interrupt for a second? Here's what I do. I go, hey, Saab, can I say something? Can I interject? I'll wait until he pauses, and then he lets me speak.
Right. But I mean, and then when you got the floor, you know what you're wanting to say, right? You don't have to start thinking of it then, right? That's what I'm getting at. It's like, holy shit. I'm just saying it makes it so much more enjoyable for the listener. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Sometimes. Excuse me.
Here's another thing. Don't forget whose show it is. Remember that part. You're just the guest, just like me.
God, can I say something?
I mean, I don't like to be hardcore and shit, but god damn, I'd be right in the middle of saying something. One of you motherfuckers will start going, oh, there's a fucking piece of gum on the ground. And I'm like, okay, cool. I like Santa. Oh, man. Come on, bro.
Well, I think Rocky wants to say something. Rocky, you want to say something?
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, see what it's like?
Sometimes I like to just jump in and add a little comment to add to what you're like agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just throwing in a comment. I don't want to interrupt the whole program. So
but do you realize that when two people are talking at the same time, nobody can understand what's being said?
Yeah, right. Some people just I'm just trying to interject without.
I know, and it's not helping though.
I'm not trying to be crude or rude or uncivilized or nothing like that.
Right on. Let's just move on here. Okay. So anyway, we've got militarized people in this fucking street. All right. Let's watch the rest of the video. Let me smoke my bowl here. We'll be all right.
This guy's he passed out. You want her? No, I'm good. Purple.
William. Now! Move your car! Now! Move! Move your car! Move your car! Move! Hurry up!
Hey, notice what happened right there?
What's that?
Notice what happened right there. The two officers, ICE officers right there were, one of them had, just like the standard paintball gun with the pepper rounds in it, but neither one of them stood in front of the car.
No. Wise. I'm getting an echo off. Yeah, Andrew.
Oh, shit.
I mean, that's disturbing, that kind of shit going on. I mean, it's bad enough when there's just a gaggle of police doing something to a person. But here we got these people that have just been given fucking blanket immunity to go ahead and shoot a motherfucker in the face if you feel like you're in danger. I mean, come on, y'all. What do we got going on?
What do you think's going to happen if the officer gets off the hook for that? And it goes to like the FBI, Supreme Court, the whole, the works. And then he gets off the hook. What do you think is going to happen?
Nothing. I mean, look at where's the guy that shot Ashley Babbitt? Now, if that was real, of course, but I mean, nothing happened to that fucking guy.
Yeah, I don't think we ever found out what his name was either, did we?
Yeah, they did. They had a clear picture of him. They knew who he was and everything else, and he didn't do nothing.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they disclosed.
Do you remember, guys? Do you remember Rodney King? What happened after that trial?
1992.
Yeah. Those are the good old days. I'll tell you who didn't get looted.
What's going to happen is they're going to do what they want to do is just pure chaos, so that their groups are all so small, like you were saying. But once you put us all into cells, we're not as tough if we're all going different directions. Like, it's all been a theory. We've all been talking about the same shit. Like, obviously, we're on the same fucking page, right? I'm just a little sick right now, but it's about chaos, because as long as we're all having these little, like, okay, has anybody noticed now this phenomenon where anytime there is a protest, whether it's organic or not, or like, there's always a counter protest. Like, a group of people shows up to chirp the other guys. You know what I mean? Like, the counter argument just shows up. Like, I think that's like a force of nature to a point, man. And then, I mean, the way the electronics are, I'm surprised when I see all those people in the street. It doesn't look natural, right? Like, there's nothing natural about that. When they pack the streets like that,
Well, it's not natural because people aren't used to seeing it. But if they make it, if they naturalize it to the point where it's just happening all the time, that's called totalitarianism. In which case we're living essentially under martial law.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I have something to provide. Like, so there was a protest in Toronto, according to Global News, and like 500 or so. They said hundreds. Like, I saw the footage. I could almost agree with those numbers, like cast members, if you will, and they were all Iranians. They were protesting the protests in Iran or something. Like, it's like I don't fully understand it because I can't watch two things at once. But the thing is, they had like 500 of them walk down Bay Street, I think it is, which is like the financial sector. You know what I mean? Like, and the police just kind of like escort them through, right? All these, for lack of a better term, dark-skinned Iranian flag-carrying individuals. Like, it's like a
I
parade.
think we got here a little bit late because Dave, he was bringing that up, and I was also asking the question about the first Iranian Revolution. I'm not sure if you heard Dave's explanation with that, but he went over it pretty good.
I'm trying to remember what that first guy that was in there that nationalized the oil was. Well, we got rid of him. That was Operation Ajax, I believe.
Well, that's a weird fucking.
Yeah.
Isn't Ajax like a bleach material we use for cleaning?
No, it's like Comet, like a scrubbing and bleach. Yeah,
it was the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat.
Yeah.
See, the Mohammed Mossadegh. That was his name, Mohammed Mossadegh. He nationalized the oil industry, the country's oil industry, previously controlled by the British-owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. This move was seen as direct threat to British interests and led to a significant economic and political crisis in Iran. The British government, fearing the loss of control over Iranian oil, sought assistance from the United States to remove Mossadegh from power. So the operation known as Operation Ajax was planned by the CIA in collaboration with the British intelligence MI6. The U.S. was motivated by Cold War fears, believing that Mossadegh's government could align with the Soviet Union. In August 1953, the operation was executed involving propaganda, bribery, and the mobilization of street protests against Mogadishu. The coup initially faced challenges, but ultimately succeeded in deposing Mossadegh and reinstalling the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, as a pro-Western monarch. The coup had profound implications for Iran and the region. Following the coup, Mossadegh was imprisoned, and many of his supporters faced severe repercussions. The Shah's regime became increasingly autocratic, relying heavily on U.S. support. The events of 1953 are often cited as a catalyst for the anti-Western sentiment that culminated in the Iran Revolution in 1979, which resulted in the overthrow of the Shah and the establishment of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that's just another incidents there, Operation Ajax, as to our policies of regime change all the way back to 1953. Isn't that interesting? They even went to the lengths of dropping leaflets supposedly by Mogadishu that said that Muhammad sucked and shit like that, just to get people pissed off at him and riled up. That ain't no shit. These people. That's for freedom and democracy. No, it's not. It's for big oil and fucking big oil tied to fucking big pharma. Let's get real. Come on.
But those are tyrant tactics. Absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's like a lot. They're good at it, aren't they?
It's imperialism, man.
Hey, I got a video I want to share real quick here.
All right, hang on. Let me you go ahead and put it backstage. I'll grab it after I play this. This is
sounds good.
This now you was wondering earlier, Andrew, about joining up in the ICE. You know, there's government jobs. And so this is what it would be like on your first day as an ICE agent.
What you just said? Oh, let me get my vest on for this. Yeah, not in this country. You said they in this country not working. Oh, nah, we can't stand for that. We need to get them the hell up out of here. How are we gonna find them? At their job. Good idea. Good. Hold on. What's that? Ice theme music? Look, who playing that? You said they not paying taxes. Oh, hell nah. We need their address. How we gonna find their address out? Their tax forms. Let's go get. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Woo! It's cold as hell out here, huh? Don't worry, Daddy Trump gonna take care of us. Get that heating bill right. All right.
Juan Diaz Perez, we're looking for you. Homelessness is illegal. Come out of your house so I can arrest you and deport you.
God damn, how the hell are we supposed to find Haitians in this snow? You know Haitians ain't in the snow. The fuck? What we doing out here? They should have never gave me a gun. I'll shoot your ass. I'll shoot your ass. Come on, big dog. I want you in this country too, but you gotta do it the right way. Now you got me in this courthouse looking for you, man. Like, come on. What you doing in this courthouse anyway? I ain't gonna lie. Feels like this vest is adding inches to my dick.
All right, we're gonna have to separate you criminals. You guys are talking too much and I don't understand it. No habla inglés. All right, women over here, children over there. Oh, this is gonna be the quickest payday ever. Get your black ass over here. Get your black ass over here.
Oh, you here illegally too, huh? Where you from? Ukraine? Okay. Nah, don't worry about it. You good.
As a matter of fact, brown children over there, black children over there. How do I sleep at night? Well, I lay my head on my pillow and I ask my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for forgiveness. And all the bad things I did that day don't matter anymore. Now get your brown ass in the van. God damn. What I gotta say this Spanglish? This is a nice house for somebody who don't belong in this country. Open your ass. Hey, little kid. You ever heard about the Grinch who stole Christmas? Well, I'm the snitch who about to steal your whole family. Feliz Navidad, little bitch. Get your ass in the van. What you just asked for? Due process. This is America, bitch. The Constitution don't matter anymore. Get your ass in the van. Hey, everyone. He's brown. He's brown. Oh, I'm definitely not racist. Not a racist bone in my body.
That'd be a good little sound booth. Just get your ass in the van.
Get your ass in the van, god damn it. Oh, ICE Recruitment Center. All right.
There you go.
All right.
Is this South Park? Is this South Park? Come on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Cool.
Are they going to mention the $50,000 you get for signing up?
Something like that. Yeah. It's one of the little clips they have, and yeah, it's not copyright or anything, so don't worry about that.
Fucking dude's got a green, like his shirt is. He's got the green fucking gator comes up on it.
They just handed him random guns too. Like someone gets one gets an M16.
It's like an amusement park too. That the van's pulling up. You just keep your arms and legs inside. Close it. Next one comes up. Another group comes in.
Yeah, the entire episode is basically about that, though. That was just a snippet of it, though.
Hey, somebody might get a flip shit on this right here. Did you know that the Chinese might actually be one of the tribes of Jews, man?
No, I didn't know that.
What?
Yeah, man.
Well,
I mean, we got to entertain all these possibilities. Let's hear the information on it, and you can digest it yourself.
Well, what's coming
Let's talk about who the Chinese really are. China is Sina or Shina. As you can see here, the world called China Sina, Sino, Shina, Shina. In Hebrew, the S and Sh sound have the same character. You just switch the dot to the different sides. As you can see here, Noah has Ham, Ham has Canaan. The 8th son of Canaan is Sin, and he birthed the Sinites or the Shinites. All of these people are Canaanites or Canaanites. The land of the Sinites was Sinim or Shinim. The original inhabitants of modern-day China were the Shang. These were Shemitic or Semitic people. The leader of the Canaanites, Genghis Khan, took over modern-day China. Eventually, the Canaanites ran out the Shemites and people like this. Many so-called Africans are just Asians that got ran out. Now, China is 92% Han or Khan or Khan. The original inhabitants developed a complex grid with structures such as these. There are pyramids here as far as the eye can see. Where do you think this is? This is China. This is supposedly Greco-Roman architecture. More of China. More Greco-Romanesque architecture. Fort Zeelandia in China was supposedly built by the Dutch, if you believe that. They claim all the structures that reveal Dutch architecture were destroyed, though. And this star fort in China was built with the same bricks as that fort, just like every other star fort in the rest of the world, whether it be Florida or Belgium. The Forbidden City defies all logic. Here we have Rome in the 1930s. We have India in the top right. We have the Maya in the bottom left, which was also covered. And then we have China in the bottom right. Heijin City Fortress, the fortress from another angle. You can see everything around here was structures. It was all brick structures. Notice how flat the top of this structure is. Some scholars suggest the name Mongol itself derives from Magog, if you know anything about Revelations and Gog and Magog, or the Quran as well. Basically, these are hordes that took over civilization and destroyed everything in their wake. The world had a worldwide circuit or grid superimposed on top of the natural grid, the natural ley lines. We live on a giant motherboard. Many claim the word Magog comes from the word Mughal, which is the Persian term for Mongol. In the book, The 13th Tribe, written by a Jewish man, he claims that there's a Mongolian or Turkic ancestry rather than ancient Hebrew lines for the Ashkenazis. This gives more credence to the statements in Genesis 9 and 27, where Japheth, or Ashkenaz, grows large in the tents of Shem. Ashkenaz, or the Japhethites, took the culture from the Shemites and merged with the Canaanites. This is
I hate it when they stop like that. I want to find that whole video because I think that would be, but that's interesting, man.
Yeah,
he might be onto something.
I think he is onto something.
He might be on something too. He looked like he's
more like AI's onto something. He's just reading about it, but yeah.
Genghis Khan was he spread Christianity like Tartaria, and we've got it backwards. Genghis Khan was
I didn't know that.
Huh?
Yeah, he spread Christianity, allowed freedom of religion. It was like some people think it was during the millennial reign, Tartaria was Genghis Khan was actually working for Jesus.
Oh, listen for a second.
I like people the way I like my tea. In a bag. Underwater.
What the hell? What the shit was that?
Oh yeah.
Just more of the strange shit that I run across all the time.
You should check that link I put backstage if you get a chance.
All right.
Go
Here's
ahead,
a good
Rick.
one. This one's good too. You're gonna like this one.
Hi, I'm Dmitry. I'm alcoholic. I sniff cocaine. I go prostitutes, and I'm gambler.
Thank you, Dimitri, for sharing your problems.
What problems? Hi.
You man. Where do you get these? I gotta go look down X or TikTok.
That's just fucking hilarious. Some of the shit that comes across my shit, man. Oh, so you know how we've gone on about the population, right? And I said, you know, I don't believe these fucking numbers. You know, how can we believe the numbers? And there's this woman, she's a Chinese dissident, and says here she's got the entire internet. I don't think that she has the entire internet because most of you might not have heard of this yet. Questioning how many humans truly exist after she claimed China's population is actually under 500 million instead of 1.4 billion. So we're all told that they got this, you know, huge number of people over there and blah, 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 you know, they're overpopulated and all this shit, right? And what I was like, okay, I got to hear this. So kick back and check this out. This is pretty enlightening. And then you got to apply this to, you know, other places because they supposedly have the population, right? This is fucking crazy.
Right.
You are ready for the number?
Yes.
At one point I projected under 400 million.
What?
500 million. Under 500 million.
Under 500 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that they have a very similar population to the United States and China?
Yes. There's 1 billion people missing.
And this goes back to what we were saying in the beginning or earlier in the podcast with all of the fake IDs and all of this stuff being found out.
Yeah, there's possibly 1 billion people missing. It's not a demographic question, Danny. It's a mathematical question. Let me ask you. It takes a couple to have 2 children to replace themselves, right? Think about it.
Yes.
If every couple produces 2 children,
the population stinks level.
right? So, do you know how many children does every woman needs to have in her lifetime in order to triple its population in 50 years?
To triple its population in 50 years, you need to have what? Let me guess. I'm terrible at math.
I'll give you the answer because I asked AI. It's a crazy mathematical. If a country needs to triple or grow its population by 2.5 times, let's just say 2.5 times.
Okay.
Over a span of 50 years.
5 kids.
Each woman, you're right. Each woman needs to give birth on average between 4.5 to 5.5 children.
Wow.
Okay.
And
Now China grew its population officially from 1950. That's when the CCP took over to control. Okay, China's population in 1950 was about 500 million. In the year 2000, 50 years later, China's population was about 1.27 billion. Okay, so it grew 2.5 times, right? From 500 million to 1.27 billion. That's 2.5 times over 50 years. Chinese women did not have, on average, have 5 children because of the one-child policy.
Yes.
Because of the Great Famine. because the Great Famine, tens of millions of people died because of cultural revolution. So China, from one political movement to another, and then to almost 4 decades of single child policy. There's no way Chinese women had 5 kids.
That's right. They would have had to have all these. They would have had to have 5 fucking kids. And listen, you can trust that math because she's Asian. All right. That's
no. She said she used AI. Come on.
Wow.
It's a simple algebraic equation. I could figure that out pretty quick. Oh, trust me, I used AI.
Oh, look at I'm Andrew. I'm better than Chinese people at math.
Ouch.
I remember that one child policy. I remember that. So that just doesn't make logical sense, because if you only have one child, you can't repopulate it.
Right. You're actually gonna have a decline, because even like if you think about this, a man and a woman get together, they each replace themselves. That means 2 kids. Right. And then if that's it, if you had a 2-child policy, the population should remain steady, barring, horrific accidents and, untimely deaths and things like that. But you see where that's going with, because the parents are each going to eventually die, and there's another human to replace each one of those, whether it be the same sex or not. It doesn't matter. It's that there's another.
Dave, I thought it was.
I think it was one of those hoax, those weather hoax that climate change, and that so that it's part of the hoax that we're being overpopulated, and so we need to reduce emissions and shit like that.
Overpopulated, but I thought the one child policy only applied to girls. Like a family could have like 2 boys, but only have 1 girl. I thought that's what it was. I might be off on that a little bit.
I don't know, man.
Well, because boys can't give birth, girls can.
No, come on. You're being that's not the new thing. Come on.
Is Brenda listening?
Brenda might be listening. Brenda wants to have a butt baby.
That Brenda showed up to fucking like, oh, by the way, I'm not on disability anymore. I work for ICE now. Wow.
Brenda can't come on here. She's not allowed on here. He's not allowed on here. He's banned. He openly said he was out to destroy my channel, and so I don't want some. Why would I want them here? You see what I'm saying? You guys want to hear something funny? This is pretty good. It cracks me up.
Raggedy black, I hit my nutsack. I bit a duck, it gave a quack quack, so I got loose with the noose. Well, he shook me all night long. I've been tickling my bum with the mannequin thumb. I got the curse, fuck a cookie crumb. I got 9 wives, cheese fries, jumping on the trampoline and telling lies. Well, I'm back like a yak, hacky sack, like a jack. Well, I'm blankety black. Yes, blankety black. Who that you's gonna come for you? There's a devil with a mullet like a cockatoo. Well, god dang, that's a boomerang. It's coming at me like a choo-choo train. Cause I'm back on the rag, but I don't wanna brag. A pickle on a taco makes me wanna gag. So I'm
It's like every Pearl Jam song. Somebody, is that you, Andrew? I think you're feeding back. Oh, it's like every Pearl Jam song ever made.
Oh yeah. Oh well, I'm a wizard on a whale. I'm a wizard on a whale. I don't know.
Chris Crumb did a really great parody of that same song. You guys know who Chris Crumb is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was a parody of that same song, but I got the jab.
Oh God.
Let me see if I can find it. It's fucking hilarious.
In the AC/DC style.
Oh yeah. He's a professional musician. He can sing.
Yeah.
He plays 11 instruments. So yeah, I'll find it.
So the nuclear war command and control planes are airborne over the U.S. today. The U.S. presidential doomsday plane flew from Washington, D.C. to Strategic Command headquarters with its tracker turned off Saturday evening. This is where Bush went after 9/11. Well, then how the fuck do they know it went there if its tracker was off? Greenland officials reportedly keep putting Donald Trump on hold every time he calls and then play him audio of Obama's campaign speeches until he hangs up. Come on. Is that true?
I'd like to see that.
Is that true? Come on, man. Oh, no, come on. I don't know. If that's true, that would be fucking hilarious. Calling them, and they just keep putting him on hold and playing Obama's campaign speeches. That's fucking hilarious. But yeah, as of 7 hours ago, there was 3 nuclear war command and control planes airborne over the U.S.
What?
So I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me see
That's
where I'm at here.
kind of hard to prove that. I found the video if you want to watch it. It's from Crumb. It's very short.
All right. Hang on one second. So this is a thing. Somebody went and looked on the Federal Bureau of Prisons on their find an inmate, right? And it says here, where the hell are Maduro? Let me bring up the tweet here. So where the hell are Maduro and his wife? They're not BOP custody. Safe house deal with Trump? The plot thickens, folks. Maduro and Celia Flores get arrested in that dramatic Delta Force raid, extradited to the U.S., but they're ghosts in the system. Zero trace in Bureau of Prisons database, which covers all federal inmates nationwide. Not in Metro, Metro District Court, Brooklyn, any of these, or federal jail detention center. You get a federal ID number at booking. I know from experience, but not here. 99% convinced they're not locked up. They're in U.S. Marshals safe house, sipping champagne, donning wigs, and blending into New York City streets, all per a secret pre-raid deal with Trump. Protected witnesses, flipped on a bigger fish, or just elite treatment after the invasion and kidnap. We can't invade a sovereign nation, label them criminals, snatch them and then roll out the red carpet stateside like royalty. Where's the justice, the transparency? Demand answers from the DOJ, FBI, and Trump administration. This reeks of backroom deals. And there's where they looked, and there's nobody in there. You can go and look for yourself, I guess.
Federal Bureau of Prisons.
So I don't know, man. Maybe they fixed that by now. Who knows? Who fucking knows?
It's not his real name. His first name's Tom. Tom Maduro.
Thomas Maduro. That would make. Oh, and what was floating that might be a different Donald Trump? They tried to float that, saying it might be a different Donald Trump in the thing. Whoa!
What the heck was that?
What the fuck was that?
Sorry, my goddamn phone.
All right, so here's the quick little song. It's a minute and a half that Crumb did right at the beginning of 2020, 2021, something like that. So here you go. Volume up. Okay.
Hey, CDC's greatest hits. Hey, now available with proof of vaccination. You've been fast and strong. You'll get all-time classics like I got the jam. It's been too long. I'm glad to be back. Since I got the juice, I took 2. Tell me, Dr. Fauci, what you want me to do? 'Cause I'm fast. Enter to win a signed copy of the album by Brian Johnson & Johnson.
I took a fast vaccine during quarantine. It was the worst damn shakes I have ever seen. I'm never legendary hits like quarantine for just 2 weeks. Stay away from me for just 6 feet. CDC will tell you lies. CDC and ignore all your cries. Help me! Oh, Angus, are you alright? A palsy! You're shaking, a woman! You're shaking! Help me! Somebody call a doctor! Where's Fauci? A palsy! Dr. Fauci, hello! Help me! Hello! Dr. Fauci! A palsy! Hello!
So there you go. It's that's Crumb. He's just as goofy in person. That's when I met you, Dave, for the first time.
Yeah.
And Crumb in person.
We've got Tamara Chevelle is up here tonight with us,
Hey,
as
Tamara.
well as Shauna Soros. Tamara is the author of these books that I have here, the Flat Earth Fundamentals that I have. I don't know. I have this green screen. The Flat Earth Fundamentals. This is one that she wrote. It's got some pretty interesting stuff that I have said on this show regarding gravity, Savisms, regarding like with the moon going around the earth while it's going around the sun. Is like I go down the road in a car and then somebody trying to drive circles with a motorcycle around it, well on a slanted track because you're all being drawn toward the center. Have to rely on that centrifugal force to hold you. I mean, it's just so fucking ridiculous, some of the shit. And these people say, well, smart people did some math and it was really complicated looking, and there were even X's and stuff in it. So it must be true.
Yeah, Savism. I like that. Is that going to be added to like a philosophical type of a university course sometime soon?
It may very well. I have the link to all of her books is down in the description of the video tonight and last night. So be sure we'll probably put it on the front page, on the home page, because these are really good. I mean, you could put one of these on your coffee table or something. Somebody comes over, they're sitting there talking to you. They pick up that little book and look at it, and they're like, hey, some of this shit makes some sense. What? It's going to draw curiosity anyways, just based on the cover artwork itself, So really well done, Tam. Really well done.
Thank you so much, Sav.
Yes,
the
Tam,
biggest
welcome.
thing is,
I've never spoken with you before, but welcome. Look forward to
Andrew. I've seen you when Sav was on tinfoil sombrero. I was laughing so hard.
Oh, yeah.
I love the show. I love the panel. I can't thank Sav enough for the giggles, but also the education. I cannot thank you enough. You simplify some of the most complex ideas. Like you said, they try and make it sound so complicated. Oh, well, I'm just not going to ask questions. They have a white coat and a name tag and a clipboard. So I'm not going to question it. But, the way you can track everything down to so amazingly. So I think you were saying even, was it 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure of the vacuum? That's pressure against what? A container.
Right, exactly.
What? It's just so, I love how you consolidate it and make it so concise and
Well, and that's all mathematically construed. That's not measured. That's just calculated based on assumptions. Again, based on assumptions. This is where a lot of their shit comes from, is assumptions. You start looking at, well, how do you know that the sun is 93 million miles away? You start looking at it and they say, well, the orbital path of Venus, and since Venus is almost the same size as Earth, hold the phone. Now we got another problem here. How the hell did you know how far away or big Venus is? And it's like just assumption upon assumption, and I think Newton, was it Newton? He calculated the distance to the sun. Yeah, twice, I think. And he said, the first time he came up with like 29 million miles. And then the second time he came up with like 54 million miles. And when asked about the discrepancy, he said it doesn't matter as long as it suits our purpose. Wait a
Sounds
minute,
like
that's kind
NASA.
of a sus thing to say. What do you mean, as long as it suits our purpose? You know, it'd be like the prosecutor going, I think we're prosecuting the wrong guy. It doesn't matter. It suits our purpose. What?
I think
We
one of
gotta
the
we gotta
funniest
lock somebody up. It don't matter. Grab the black guy. You know, that's always the go-to. Let's do that.
one of the funniest things is when they show pictures of the Earth from the moon. It's the same size as the
No.
moon from Earth, and the Earth supposedly is 4 times as big as the moon. So if they're on the moon, supposedly the Earth should be massive. It shouldn't be
Yep.
the same size, little dime size.
Oh,
I know.
I've talked about that as well. And the other thing that also happens is if you look at the different, they're all using the Hasselblad 950 or whatever the fuck it was, and the operating conditions of that camera does not work in that kind of a pressure. And also, when they take the pictures and you compare them to other pictures they took on the same mission, they're different sizes. Yeah, it's like whoops, uh-oh.
None of it works. Apollo Detectives. I don't know if you're aware of that channel. It's called Apollo Detectives. And there are a couple of guys, they've gone over the forensics of all the Apollo shit. And even the one about the pictures, because how can emulsification, which is exactly what is film? Film is film, right? Which is like in that state of almost a liquid. It requires this moisture and everything. And exposed to a vacuum, it's no longer film, man. It doesn't work. They would have had no way to keep dust out of it, to change cartridges, the big gloves. Now, this is another thing too. They're using their hands in the vacuum. Okay. Now, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but when you're in a vacuum and you can't hardly bend your hands or anything, even the guy that they tested one of their spacesuits in, he almost died in the vacuum chamber. He said it became difficult to move his fingers and his hands and shit because of that shit was, constricting. It was blowing out, it was like there's no way you can get it to move because there's no flexibility to it anymore. It's just nonsense. It's nonsense. It's mind candy for childlike minds to keep people's minds childlike so they can keep you arguing on the playground about, oh, you got a donkey. Oh, you're an elephant. Oh, your side, my side, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, the big red, white, and blue peckers going up your rear end, man. That's what's going on. I mean, you're getting, they're just, and you don't realize it. It's like, I got to find that. It's a cartoon. It's got this king and his advisor. They're up on a parapet of this castle, and there's people with their torches and pitchforks all crowded down there. And the king says, how are we going to fight him? And his advisor says, we don't have to fight him. All we have to do is convince the pitchfork people that the torch people want to take away their pitchforks. Boom. Then they start fighting with each other. It's off.
Bait and switch.
Yep. That's how they do it. That's what they're doing with this shit. I mean, are you really mad at ICE, or are you actually, what is it you're going against? There's so many levels to this. I look at it from a freedom level, because I don't really believe I don't question their authority. I deny its existence. Where the fuck did these people get this authority from, right? Like, I don't have the authority to go up to Tamara's house and kidnap her and throw her in a van and detain her somewhere. I can't do that. And Cubby can't do it. Rocky can't do it. None of us are. We would get in trouble for that, right? Because that's wrong. So we don't have that quote unquote power. How can we individually or even collectively bestow that upon someone else when we don't even have it ourselves? Where did we get? See, this is all nonsense. It's belief. It's governamentis. It's the belief that this shit is real, and it's not. When it comes at the end of the day, the only thing different about you and that dude is that he's got weapons and a suit. Other than that, he's just another dude like you. He ain't got no more power over you or anything else like that. He comes up to your door. I need to talk to you. Yeah, kick rocks, buddy. You don't have to answer the door. You don't have to talk to him. You don't have to do nothing, man.
Absolutely.
Unless they've got a warrant, kick rocks. Go away.
The other day you were mentioning, or you were positing a question like, where do they get the authority for it and that kind of thing, which I had to think about for a while, and I think I came to an answer to it. Sort of like me as an electrician, I have the authority to pull electrical permits and stuff like that. But meantime, and do electrical work where a plumber couldn't do my job, and then also a postal worker, they have the ability to go into a federal place and then have mail. And Rocky, we can hear you scratching your head with that thing, man. Sorry, just let you know. But then, yeah, police officers have the authority to arrest you. Nurses have the ability to give you medication. Doctors have the ability, they're licensed, and lawyers, and the list goes on and on and on. But when it comes to law enforcement, they're given some sort of an authority. I don't know what the legal term even is necessarily, but yeah, they're given a certain level of authority versus
immunity.
Well, I mean,
it's called immunity, and it needs to be revoked. Okay. And what that means is, like in this case, all the cop has to do is say, I was fearing for my life. Officer safety. Now, we've got already the propaganda so hard in this country that everybody, especially on the right, seems to have a boot halfway down their throat or their nose all the way down in a holster. They are really into this, and they think that these people are doing right. Now, whether or not someone has certain papers or not, and they're here, is not a reason to enact violence on them. Okay, that's not a reason to enact violence and kidnap them or anything else like that. Look, here's the thing. If they're working and shit, good for them. Who cares? Who really cares? If you're working, who really cares? Is it really hurting anybody? No, not a bit. Okay, now, if they're receiving benefits that are bestowed upon taxpayers, like welfare and food stamps and things like that, well, you can't get those unless you have the proper documentation and are a citizen. Like, for instance, myself, if I was going to do that, I'd have to show them an ID and a birth certificate and probably a social security number and that kind of shit. And somebody that just hops over the river and comes here generally doesn't have that. So if you don't have that, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. No food stamps for you. You'll have to do something else. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like with stray cats. If you don't want stray cats coming on your porch, don't put food out for them, because more and more will keep coming. Yeah. And this is exactly what we've done. We say, God damn, these immigrants keep coming over the border and sucking off our tax money. It's because we offer it to them. How can they be sucking off your tax money if you're not giving it to them? How is that happening? Me as a white male, if I went down and tried to get food stamps or something, oh my God, I'd have to jump through so many hoops, it's not even funny. But if I don't even hardly speak English and I come in, they're ready to give me everything in the world. Well, okay, so it's our own fault that we have stray cats and that we have to feed them. But we don't have to. That's the thing. That's the thing right there. And it doesn't require, look, you don't have to go and kidnap them and beat them up and send them to a dungeon and all this other shit merely because they're on the wrong side of a fucking line trying to do something, trying to work. I respect them at least for that much. But if they're over here just sucking off the glut, just cut off the glut. That's all you have to do. You don't have to enact violence on these people and say, oh man, well, we're not getting food stamps, we're not getting health care and anything. It's really not any better than where we came from. Maybe we should just go home. Or maybe I should pick myself up and try to get a job or something like that, But hell, I don't give a shit. How many people? Where was George Washington's fucking immigration papers and shit? Where, you know, I'm pretty sure that there was already fucking people here when they landed, you know? So I'm just saying, you know, now we've got this big deal about borders and all this other and lines in the sand and everything else like that. Look, that's all in your head.
It's all in your head.
Whoa, where'd that come from?
Oh, where'd that?
It came off Sean.
He's muted. I think it was Andrew.
Okay, so the
No,
thing
I'm
is,
muted
you look on a map, you go look on any map, okay, and you see all these lines, demarcation lines that say, oh, look at this is this state, and this is this state, and this is this country, and this is where this country starts, you know? You know those lines don't really fucking exist. They don't. And how do you know? You're going down the road and it says, welcome to Florida. How do you know those guys weren't fucked up and put it 100 feet the wrong way? You know, I mean, I'm just saying, does it really matter? Oh, look, I feel different now because I just passed into Florida. You know, none of that fucking matters. You know, it's none of the
Wayne's World. It's like, hi, I'm in Delaware.
Yeah. And, you know, I kind of figured that out at a young age. I grew up in Michigan. And I remember as a kid, we went over to Canada. We took a trip over into Canada. I was a little kid. And my mom says, no, we're going to it. This is a different country. You know, they have a different flag and everything else like that. So I was like, oh, kick ass, you know. So I'm looking into Canada, you know, and there's Mounties. They got Mounties, and they're showing the sled dogs and the Yukon Gold and shit like that, you know. And we crossed over that bridge, and I'm looking out the window of the car, and I'm expecting to see that shit, right? Where's the Mounties? Where's it? Looks exactly like Detroit. Windsor's exactly. Wait a minute here. You mean the only difference is that somebody painted a sign in the middle of that fucking bridge? That's it.
I think you had said something, Sav, about the birds. About the birds, that they don't stop at the borderlines of the states. That the birds just go across. They don't care.
Yeah, you want to get? I'll tell you what's a real nuisance: Canadian geese. Now, I think immigration needs to get to work on that shit because they shit everywhere. Those things are a mess. Mess up our golf courses. I'm sure Donald Trump would agree. I'm sure that he would agree that the Canadian gooses, he ought to just get Christy Noem to start deporting all the goddamn Canadian geese for shitting on the golf courses. And his wife's grave, his ex-wife's grave. You know, he buried his ex-wife on one of his golf courses.
That's so they can't take it away from him, right? So
it's so you don't have to pay taxes on it. Because it's a cemetery now. Ain't that some shit?
Trump's going to rename the Canadian goose. He's going to rename the Canadian goose the American goose.
Oh, no, they're a nuisance. America. They're a nuisance. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. But you know how many airplanes get damaged and their flights delayed because of damn Canadian geese on the runway and flying into them and stuff? See, the acts of blatant terrorism.
The birds are stronger than steel, huh?
That they are. They are. Well, you know, the nose of those planes, and this is funny because it's one of the 9/11 things, right? That nose cone of that plane is just fiberglass. It's not metal at all, right? And you look at 9/11, you see it going just like hot butter into the building. It's like, sure.
And out the other side.
Come out the other side, still round. People buy shit, especially if you wrap it with the right level of shock and emotion to it. And that's why we were saying on here, if this Tamara Good thing is, or what's her name? Pamela Good. No, wait, what the fuck is her name?
Mixing them all up.
No, hang on. I'm trying to remember. What's this girl's name?
Nicole.
Renee.
Or Nicole Renee or something like that.
Renee, I think it's Renee, whatever. See, I'm forgetting already. But if indeed that's real, okay? Because look, Charlie Kirk, sure, right. Butler, Pennsylvania, okay, sure. regenerating cartilage of the ear. Sure. He heals. His doctor said he heals better than anybody. You just ask him and shit. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're all going to go and ask Trump's doctor if that's true. Nobody questioned it. Everybody just wore a maxi pad on their head for a couple of days in solidarity, and that was all over. No more. It's just the most ridiculous shit. And then everybody with the Charlie Kirk. Look, man, that shit was fake as hell. That shit was fake as hell. And the thing is, I'm not talking about just the hit. The hit looked good, except for a few minor details, especially with the caliber of weapon that they said was being used. A 30-06, you would have seen a lot more gross than just a splurk of blood. But the thing that gets me is the people that attended to him on the ground behind him on the table. None of them had any blood on their hands, no blood on their pants, none on their shirts, nothing, not a drop. And I'm like, how does, and I know from personal experience many years ago, probably shit, maybe close to about 35 years ago or so, maybe 40, closer to 40. There was this go-kart track that we kids used to always hang out at. And people would all put their car stereos on the same Detroit radio station, and you'd have your, speakers were in the trunk. So they'd have their trunks open and shit, and everybody playing it, and everybody there. They had miniature golf. Everybody was hanging out. Well, there was some Hispanic kids from Pontiac came in there one night, and they were blaring their Mexican music and shit. And it was pissing everybody off. And there was an altercation took place between one of my friends and the guys in the car. And my other friend, Jim, he walked up in between them to say, hey, come on, let's calm this down. And that was right as this one kid pulled out. He was in the back seat of the car. He pulled out a sawed-off shotgun, and he blasted my friend Jim right in the neck and took out like a chunk of his neck right here. And he was on the ground. Let me tell you what, there was so much fucking blood. There was so much blood. It was unreal. I couldn't believe it. He died right there. I mean, it took a couple of minutes, but I mean, he died right there before any ambulance could come. And those kids, they took off. They skated out of there. So I know that, I mean, those were attended to him right on him. They had blood all over him. Trying to stop the bleeding and putting their hands on it. I mean, it was on their arms, everywhere. Because a neck wound like that, that's terrible. It's a lot of blood comes out of there, man. So
didn't you say that they even kept EMS away? Like when they were, instead of an ambulance, who would put them in an SUV? And then, I mean, with a neck injury and possibly, I mean, that's just crazy. And then no blood and no, and then pushing away the EMS, right? Didn't you say that?
Well, you see that we saw in a video clip that the EMS was walking up there, and the guy had a trauma bag even, and bodyguards pushed him away. And he then was like, offered out the trauma bag, and they didn't even take that. It's like, wait a minute here, And I think that the reason for that was because actual medical personnel would have seen that it's a fake fucking thing. So now it's entirely possible that they did off Charlie Kirk afterwards. But I think the initial plan was something else, and it involved Charlie Kirk getting shot. Perhaps he was supposed to live and then go on, because remember that book that came out and it was published like the day or two before the whole incident.
Yeah.
And it described the incident. And in that book, it said that he recovered and went on his speaking tour because he wasn't going to let something like that interfere with freedom of speech. So was that plan interrupted in lieu of something else? You see? So I'm 100%, 99% positive that Charlie Kirk was not shot on the university campus at all. That was part of something much like the Butler, Pennsylvania thing. And that I think they changed the script midway, because I think he was supposed to come back, but because he was bucking against Bibi and Israel and the money that they were trying to go, and him saying he didn't want to do the Zionist bullshit no more, cover for you, I can't do it. that they decided, okay, well, we're just going to have to take him out for real. People think he got shot. So, and I think that it was his people, that dude with the phone and everything else that was in on that too. It was like, okay, we'll go ahead and go through with that plan. But then as soon as we get him in the van, all we got to do is, or at the hospital, give him an injection, whatever. And we never saw really a body. We never really saw a body. We just saw
never an autopsy or no death report or anything like that. Also, that whole thing at the funeral, that was fucking fake. And then the other thing, anyone that's been in the military or worked in, I'm pretty sure that the people he hired for his security were in the military, and they probably had some sort of a, basic understanding of if someone gets shot in a certain area, what do you do? Like, well, if it's in the leg, then you have to put on a tourniquet. You can't put a tourniquet on someone's neck, obviously.
No, you can't.
Yeah, no. So what do you do instead? You take your fucking finger and you stick it into the artery and stop it from fucking pumping blood.
Yeah.
And the reason they put a tourniquet on, like if you get shot like in the thigh, you have to put the tourniquet about 2 inches above where the entrance wound and exit wound is. And then from there, you tie it really fucking tight to the point where it hurts. And that's where it shuts off the blood flow. So they say, oh, yeah, well, the blood would have stopped flowing. No, it wouldn't. It was coming from his heart at that point.
Yeah,
the vortex of pressure was pushing that blood through his, it was a big shot.
Resistance. It's going to go out the path of least resistance, and it's going to find that opening. That's how it happens.
So that's when you stick the fucking finger in their neck and you fucking press down on it.
I never forgot how to treat a socking chest wound. We were taught by a Puerto Rican sergeant how to treat a socking chest wound.
Tamara, I was just going to point out, if you didn't see it in chat, I guess Red 40 had said that they bought your books and they enjoyed them. So,
oh my goodness, thank you.
Red 40 somewhere.
All right, shout out to Red 40, buddy.
Oh, thank you. That was awesome. It was just as I was learning, I kept trying to think, how am I going to remember all the research I'm doing? And it was just a fun way to get the information across doing the poems, because it was my grandfather when I was little, he used to do poems for our birthdays and stuff. And so I thought I was trying to get my parents to wake up 6 books later, and they still, they're jabbed, they're double jabbed, they're boosted, they're everything. And they just, I don't know, there's just no, they're there. It's so frustrating because it's
set in their ways.
Yeah, it's crazy. My dad was
I put a link. I put her Amazon link to her books in the chat. So be sure and go over there and check them out if you're interested. They're really cool. She sent all these to me. I'm over here. I'm like, I really need to straighten up my little area here. I've got so much stuff. It's annoying me. But we've got, the Flat Earth Fundamentals book that, with the famous Savisms in it. We've got one here that's called this Flat Earth Introduction. I thought that was pretty cool. I want to probably get one of those for my grandson, because he was asking some questions about it a while back, and it was funny because you could tell he thought about it, and he's like, "Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, does it?" And I was like, "No, it doesn't." So he likes the fact that I agree with him that school is like prison.
Isn't that crazy? The buses and standing in line and have to ask questions, and that's horrible.
How long you been working on those books over the years?
The first one I did in 2022.
Cool.
So about 3 or 4 years now. Just about, I will say 3.5.
But it started really basic. Yeah. And as I kept learning, I did a second one was called Head Scratchers. And it's kind of like shooting stars. How come they always go down? If you're going spinning,
right.
They go all different directions, right? Things like that.
You see some go up or something from time to time, from the horizon on up. I know. I thought that too.
But that's the best way to do it, is with the basics, because, too much information for people, you inundate them with all these things, and it just totally goes, they lose all the basic stuff that you're trying to get through to them.
But the real point was I wanted to send them to Sav just to say thank you. So for him to put it in the link was just above and beyond, and I can't thank you enough. I wasn't expecting that, and that was just extra special. So thank you.
Oh, I think they're great, man. I think they're great. And like you were saying, that like that introduction, that'd be a great one to just have sitting around. Just have that.
And that's what I
sitting
told my
around.
parents. I'm like, keep it as a bathroom book, right? So when you're sitting there, just go through a couple. It doesn't have to be in order. That doesn't have to be
right. I mean, it's like if you're already like a hardcore flat earther, but you run across people that, you know, they're like, what, you're a flat earther? Or that'll get the conversation going. Just the fact that you have that there. They're like, what's this? What's they've been looking at? Why is this on their coffee table? You know, that kind of thing.
What was Andrew's answer? Prove me wrong.
There you go.
No. Well, I always say prove me wrong with a lot of stuff, but if you don't mind me asking, how old are your parents at the moment?
They're right now. How old they are now? They're in their late 70s. My dad's a veterinarian. My whole family were like doctors, so they were the more highly educated.
You heard she heard veterinarian. She heard veterinarian.
No, I'm only asking because I've tried to talk to my parents about. They think I'm fucking batshit crazy, even though I've given them a lot of information about it as well. And they're set in their ways. They're not going to move outside of it, of that kind of thing. And my parents are in their mid to late 70s as well. So it's just at some point, people just like, it's like, all right, well, you believe that blah blah blah, whatever is true. Then it's like there's no point in even trying to talk to them anymore, especially when they're in that age. Just let them do what they want to do.
Right. Yeah, I've gotten to that point. It's like, I don't want to be contentious, but it's just still, it just seems so obvious. You get to the point where you're like, of course, how can you not see it?
Would you find a place? Would you just find a place and settle?
I got the doggy.
Oh my God. She's like, treats me like I'm Elvis. You know, or the Beatles or something. She just looks at me all the time like, I love you so much.
She's giving you that little licking thing too. I mean, it's like, let me sit on your lap kind of thing.
Oh, and she pisses the other dogs off though, because she's like such a suck up. You know, it's like I can see Peanut looking at her like teacher's pet, you know, like that kind of thing. Look at you sucking up. You suck, you know.
Fucking bitch.
Yeah,
you got
literally.
Literally. I mean, she's a bitch, right?
What's that?
I was do you got other links to get a hold of you besides? Do you like? I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel, but I don't think you put a whole lot on there.
YouTube, I don't. Yeah, I'm on Instagram, and I have over 4,000 followers on Instagram. So that's kind of cool. That's Level Plain Poem. That's where I did those, and then when I did the I didn't want to mess up my flat Earth side, so then I started one. It's hacking hoaxes on Instagram, and that has almost 800. So that one's growing, but that's the one with the no nukes, and that's going to go like in a different. That's a Sav. This is another thing. I'm going to use so many of your Savisms for the Going Postal. I'm going to do a whole book Going Postal. I've been sending letters. I've been sending them with the tax per queue. Have you seen that?
No.
It's prepaid. From 1933, when the government when they switched everything, it's now, that's all it is. They don't even stamp it at all. I'm the postmaster to this parcel, this mail, and it's the Universal Postal Union, and it is above all the post office. It's not free. It's prepaid. The government has already paid all of our debts, and so all this stuff is BS that we're doing right now. And so it's I send it all over everywhere: Texas, California, Oregon, every place, all South Carolina, even to the IRS. And it's not. I've done my revocation of election. I've canceled my voter registration, and I've done my explanatory statement. I've gotten my passport, so I'm a non-citizen national on my passport. So I've done all of that. And I was sending papers. We'd go back and forth with the IRS all the time now. They're not scary. They're not mean. They're not horrible. They're helpful when you're doing it the right way. And as a private, on the private side, not the public side. The public, they think you're trying to hide things. What do you need these deductions for? What are you not telling us? But when you do it on the private side with trusts, and you say, oh yes, I've got this and I've got this, and you're open, they are so helpful. They're your best friend. It's crazy. It's a completely different way of looking at all of it, the whole game, the whole monopoly money, all the awfulness. It turns it, you see it differently. So that's what
did you happen to catch the normie last night that stumbled onto this channel? He stumbled on here and came in the panel, and he was flabbergasted. He was like, he started talking about nuclear war. And I was like, oh, nukes aren't real anyways, that's a hoax. And he's like, what? And of course everybody on the panel is like, yeah, man, no way. And I said to him, I says, look, I says, here's the thing about this, and you might want to use it. I don't know, I haven't looked to see if you use this or not, but this is for real. It was in the 80s, and there was this high school student, and I can't remember exactly the date, but it was in the 80s, and there was a high school student that for his high school science project, he made a fully functional nuclear bomb. The only thing missing was the nuclear material. Okay. You might, some of you might remember this.
Yep.
And everybody was like, oh my God, the FBI was talking to him. And it's for as good as that would do. Probably tried to talk him into doing something wrong so they could arrest him. But, you know, people were saying, my God, if it's that easy for an American high school student, then, you know, who knows who could make one of these things. So we zoom ahead a few years, and then we've got Hillary and them talking about yellow cake uranium being sold on the black market. Now, keep in mind, this is like 30 years past that, okay? 30 years past that. In such time, whereas maybe a lot of kids or anyone else could build a small nuclear device. All they need is the nuclear material, right? But nobody's done this. Nobody's done this, even with, you know, unrestricted yellow cake uranium being sold on the black market of Libya or wherever else. And nobody's done this. Nobody. Now, since 1945, no one. France has supposedly got these things. England's got them. The United States got them. North Korea's got them. Russia's got them. China's got them. Everybody's fucking
Iran will
got them.
have them in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. Iran will be.
Yeah.
Since 1980.
But nobody, Israel, has ever used one on anyone else, Israel. Why? Because if they were real, you're sure that someone, Israel, would have used them by now, right? So instead, they got everybody scared that these things are real, and Israel got everybody scared like they're holding everybody in the world hostage. If our existence is threatened, we're going to blow up the entire world. Okay, yeah, right. I call your bluff, bitch. Yeah. That's what I say. I call your bluff.
Yeah.
Because none of this shit's real. Now, yeah, they got missiles, they got big bombs, they got these hypersonic bombs and shit. But what there's two major reasons why Iran has never sought to have nuclear missiles, nuclear bombs. One, they don't exist. They know that. Okay. Two, they've concentrated their effort on some of the most badass hypersonic fucking weapons that you ever heard of in your life. These things, you can't intercept them. They defeated the Iron Dome a couple of times now with that shit and blew up stuff, not to be trifled with. And they say, oh, we come over there and bombed them and stopped their nuclear capability. Sure. Right. Sure you did. Then why are you going back in there again?
Right.
Why are you going back in there? You know why? Time is short. That's why. Time is short. And there's some other shit that I think they're hiding from us too. I think there's something really significant to this 2035 beyond them just having a plan. I think that date's significant as to the end of what's coming, what's here right now. That is the ultimate end. I really believe that. And also, if you guys heard, what do you think about that the Holy Lands are actually here in the Americas?
Oh, that's what they said. Jerusalem, JERUSA.
Yeah.
Jerusalem.
I mean, there's some wild stuff. You know that Noah was told to construct his ark. He was given specific instructions and materials, and he was instructed by God to build that ark from a material called gopher wood. Well, gopher wood's only found like down around Florida and like in Louisiana and that area down there, down around the Fertile Crescent that we calling the Gulf of Trump now or whatever.
Yeah, Utah is Utah.
Utah. Yeah. Look, this is crazy. This guy's got this shit, kind of gave me some stuff to think about. I mean, I'd heard this before, but this is all like packed in one little, you know what I mean? This guy, he looks like a nice guy. He looks like the kind of guy that would just randomly let you hit his blunt. You know what I'm saying?
America is the real old world and the holy land of the Bible. Watch. Utah is Yuda or Judah. The Dead Sea is Salt Lake. Nile means great river in Greek. The Mississippi is the Nile or the Euphrates, the great river. Since Canaanites inhabited the Holy Land, Sedona is Sidona, which is why Phoenix is Phoenicia. Lebanon and Nevada mean the same things. The real Mount Seir is Mount Whitney in the Sierra Nevadas, which is the tallest point in the lower 48. Exodus took place in America. The Baja Sea is the real Red Sea, which looked like this. The greatest of the 7 seas is the Pacific Ocean. That's why the real Levant is the Pacific West Coast of America. That's why the largest cedars are in the Pacific Northwest, which makes sense for the lumber needed to build Solomon's Temple. Perfect trunks for lumber. The tiny ones in fake Lebanon are forked. They can't be used for lumber as efficiently. The Nile of the fake Egypt today doesn't match the description in Isaiah, but the Mississippi does with its 7 main tributaries. The Nile flows into the Egyptian Sea, not the Great Sea. That is why the Mediterranean cannot be the biblical Great Sea. Hebrew artifacts were found throughout the country. They are commonly discounted as fake, but nobody today speaks Paleo-Hebrew. As stated before, Canaanites were throughout the Holy Land, and we see a common Canaanite root through all these alphabets or alphabets. This is why Spanish, Latin, Hebrew, and Arabic all have similar roots. Hard to tell apart in cursive. Speaks for itself. Allah, Tau, and all the same geometric shapes. Perspective. Latin is inverted Arabic, more apparent in cursive. Same roots. Babylon, Rome, and Greece are east of the Mississippi. That's the real reason the Algonquin chiefs were named after Greeks. They were the Greeks. After most of the men were killed in King Philip's War, the children became prisoners of war, aka slaves that were shipped throughout the Americas. When the Jesuits met the Algonquins, they realized that the Mi'kmaq language was similar to Egyptian or Hebraic. That's why Verrazano said that the natives were like Ethiopians. The oldest bloodline, A00, is from America. The history has been totally inverted. Parasites copy and invert through retrotransposition. This is why you have multiple Egypts and all these cities with the same names throughout the world. Parasites usurp, copy, and invert. Parasites live in loops, and they keep the host in a loop. Parasites need inversion, manipulation, and inbreeding to exist. The Bible is the script or the scripture of the loop. It reveals all the events in the timeline of the loop.
That was deep, man. They give you some shit to, and they found the Kincaid expedition down the Colorado River. This guy's rafting down the Colorado River. I think he was with the Smithsonian. And he discovered this cave, and they pulled up and went up into this cave. And inside this cave were not only Egyptian artifacts, but there were also Oriental artifacts as well. In a cave in the Grand Canyon. What? Now, there's a thing in history where one of Cleopatra's sons, him and a bunch of other Egyptians took boats and left Egypt, and they never came back again. So I don't know, man. Our history's a mystery. It's probably not a coincidence that those two words rhyme with one another like that, because history is a mystery, especially when we've been conditioned into a false timeline. I mean, I know I have been. My mind, when I think history, I see this like timeline in my head, and it's usually just based on, I don't know, like you'd see in one of those books that shows from the Dark Ages up, and you see the progressions. I just see those in my head. And those what think. Who's got the echo? Who's got the echo? Somebody got an echo. Can't have that. It must have been Sean. And so I have to forget that. And really some of that, and I really love that My Lunch Break, some of the shit he's gotten. And again, no blueprints. He keeps looking for the blueprints and all this shit from these places, and they don't fucking have them. There's nothing to explain. The logistics are there, and they should be. They should be, but they're not. And it's more proof that, like, I believe that there was some kind of thing happened, and I think it involves all those bones in those ossuaries. I really do. I want to know what happened to those people. Why did they all die? Why are they all in these catacombs? Why are they that don't make sense to me. Some people are sitting around. You already got supposedly a hard enough life, having to farm and live in your little shack and shit. But you decide, we ought to take all these dead bones and preserve them and put them in geometric patterns and build altars and all kinds of other creepy shit out of them down here underground. Yeah, that's what we ought to do. No, there's something way, way more to this. That's just not.
Are you talking about the ones that were found underneath New York City somewhere?
Under all these places, dude. There's one under in New York. They're under what's that fucking city? Danzig,
Spokane, wherever they had the World Fairs.
Paris, all these places in Europe, they always have these ossuaries, man. And it's like, why do you have all these bones arranged, miles and miles and miles of them? I think the one they found, and I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. The Paris one is already crazy enough. I mean, it stretches out all over. And from what I understand, where Princess Diana crashed at was, this is really crazy. So Diana is also the name of the moon goddess, is Diana. And that car went way out of its way to take this other way. And it went through the Pont de la Lune, which in French means tunnel of the moon. Now, interesting thing about that, right where she crashed, directly underneath that in the catacombs, is supposedly an altar to the moon goddess Diana made of human bones. Just saying, might be nothing, but sounds like it's about fucking everything.
Yeah, when you start putting the puzzle pieces together, eventually you're going to find something.
And then he's buried on like an island in a pond that has I think 3 black swans. And it was really weird because somebody just out of nowhere donated these rare black swans to the estate. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? I mean, it makes you go, now that just sounds crazy. Maybe these people are just eccentric, but are they?
It's like Roman.
What?
Sorry. I was going to say it's like Roman architecture founded by Freemasonry.
Well, is it Roman? Is it really Roman? We call it Roman Greco, right? That's what we call it. But is it Roman? Who actually built it? That's what I want to know. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm starting to think that the whole story.
Well, according to the
togas and sandals and shit is crocodile. Yeah. It's Bahui. I'm thinking, this was way different place, way different civilization. Probably not much unlike our own, but I think maybe at a higher level of spiritual existence. I think at a higher level of intellectual existence, because we're products of compulsory education, which is just basically, we'll put it into it, dumbing down. Okay. We get programmed, and there's those of us like myself and the people I would say on this panel and in the audience that are trying to shed that programming and start from scratch. Let's face it, all this shit that we think we know about history and all this other shit, that was put in our heads by somebody else. Somebody else wrote that on our dry erase board. Okay. Your little dry erase board up here, and they wrote that shit in there, and you says, now you know some stuff. And you're like, all right.
Well, that's what Napoleon Bonaparte actually said, was history is written by the victors.
Well, it's a lie agreed upon.
Correct. Oh, it's kind of the same thing.
And you know what?
All it takes is for when I was asking Tam a little bit ago, like the age of her parents, because her parents are about the same age as mine. At some point, you can't wake people up anymore. And that's one of the phrases they actually use in the movie The Matrix.
Yeah.
When Morpheus is talking to Neo, he says, after a certain age, there's a limitation to where people can start to rearrange their understanding, their paradigm of the world. So they don't do it after a certain age. I don't know what age that necessarily happens to be, but I've been looking into this for 20 years easily. And
well, yeah, they get hardwired into it. See, this is the thing. You formulate your wiring, your initial wiring about 5 years old. Okay. That's a crucial age. And that's when your brain starts to get hardwired, but it's still malleable. But the longer you stay immersed in these beliefs, anything that comes in there that's contrary to these beliefs, especially just like to the normie mind, it causes a conflict, and they suffer from cognitive dissonance. It's like, no, this goes against all that. And there's a lot of factors involved, including pride.
Yeah.
But when you do, I don't know, maybe mushrooms helped me get to this point, but I mean, it's like you realize that, hold on, how much of what I think I know is belief, and how much of what I know is actually what I know. Okay. And you find out that a lot of it is belief. One of
the interesting things up in the Northeast is the churches. I kept thinking about the Puritans or whatever, and they go to church all day, and they spend all day in church. There were no fireplaces in any of those churches. Who would sit in church all day with no fireplaces? And I mean, that's when I started thinking more about with the churches, and if they were, with the anodes, cathodes. Have you seen that with those windows and the vibration, the frequency, the cymatics, and all that? I mean, that sounds a lot more legit than people sitting in a church for hours and hours. How could they have no heat, no bathrooms in any of the?
Maybe it was heated by light. Like
awesome.
The Son of God.
It's not.
Like, would you go to a church? Do you really go to a church to use the bathroom? Would you go? It's like a healing center.
Dude, think about it. Sometimes you might be at church and you got to take a shit. And when you got a few hundred people in a church, somebody's going to have to take a dump. Somebody's going to have to take a leak. Come on, especially during a Catholic service, man. Them people, I mean, think about that. It's a bunch of Catholic people, and they up there doing that, all that,
that's cold hard logic right there, dude.
All that. Dude, there got a prairie dog going on. He's like, no, man, I get, come on. I forgot.
But during the millennial reign, there were saints, the first resurrection, and then the angels built. So angels and saints don't need to take a dump.
Well, that's the theory. That's the theory. We're talking about, like, if the timeline they're giving us and the people, like what they're saying, everybody, it's cold and you're having to heat yourself with fire, because we haven't come up with any other technology at all. And you're wearing bear skins or whatever else you have to around you in the dead of winter in France. Okay. You're in France. Think about France. And it's cold and it's dank and it's dark and it's cloudy and everything. And you're sitting inside of a big stone building with no source of heat and nowhere to take a shit.
Another thing about them buildings too is that I think those are just the tops of a lot of those buildings. When I was up at the Capitol in Des Moines, right? When I first walked into that building, right straight ahead before I went to the security area, I didn't go to it, but it's roped off. It said tunnels this way, right? I didn't go to. I wish I would have went down there. But all the buildings surrounding there, like the judicial building and the other buildings that had surrounding that area, I'm sure they were all connected via them tunnels. And those it's probably not just in Des Moines either. I'm sure it's we all know
it's
the
everywhere.
tunnel systems.
It's everywhere. Des Moines. I remember Des Moines too. It's in Spokane. It's in Omaha. It's wherever they had you remember the World Fairs, and then they burned them down. They said they were burnt in the they were built in the 1860s with horse and buggies.
Yeah.
And then they just built a bunch of world fairs, and then they just decided to tear them all down.
Yeah, just tear them down. You know, what the hell, it's cheap.
Yeah, they built them in 6 months, I think, and then they just
Yeah.
suddenly tore them down for no reason whatsoever. And that was the
For
last
sure.
World Fair we had in 1909.
Well, isn't Trump saying we're going to have a World Fair this year? Because after all, this is 2026. This is the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States of America.
Yeah,
And
I think
July the 2nd. On July the 2nd.
And the Illuminati.
I think it's going to be in Des Moines too.
No, that was July the 4th, Rocky. We had we registered as a corporation in London on July the 2nd, the United States. Isn't that wild? How'd they know there was going to be somebody come up with the Declaration of Independence a couple days later? How'd they know that, man? Look, it's just kismet. It's because of God. And he prefers America,
but how did they?
He favors us over those heathen Muslims that are taking over our country by acting like they're Jews.
Hey, I'd like to touch again on a little bit on the. I know it sounds awkward to bring back up again, but it's funny, but also a factual thing. Of you got a whole bunch of people in church, and someone's got to take a shit, right?
Right.
Well, here's the thing. When I had another buddy, Dave, ironically, and he was a bottle collector, and I didn't know why. And one day he brought me out to this one area out in Hayward, like right by the Bay Area, and I'm sorry, by the Bay. And we were using this big long pole, a metal pole, stabbing it into the ground until you feel like it hits something, and then you dig down. And eventually, you find bottles and stuff which are worth a lot of money. And well, I found out as well. He said he would go to people's houses and ask for permission to dig like really old houses and get permission to dig down into their grass in their backyard, because that's where the primary location where all the outhouses were located was in the backyard, usually like directly outside of the back door. And as soon as it would get filled, they would just fill it in, move it 10 feet to the right, get another hole, and that was it. That's where they would throw all kinds of stuff in there. Like turkey bones and their trash.
Whiskey bottles.
Like everything. Yeah, bottles, yeah.
I had a friend when I was,
a lot of money nowadays.
When I was in junior high, archaeology kind of really fascinated me as a kid, and I thought this was neat because a friend of mine, he lived in an old farmhouse that had been, there in the township for a long time. This was up in Michigan. And we were out there messing around out in the yard, in the backyard and shit. And I looked and I started looking. And I said, look, I think this is the foundation to the barn. I think there was a barn here. And we started looking through it, and we started going through and looking. Well, we found digging. We stringed it off, and I went over and I says, usually you find shit in the corners. That's usually where I think they find shit. So I started looking, and back in this one corner, the dirt started to get a little softer, and I look, and all of a sudden there was these old whiskey bottles down in there. And I figured out what was going on, man. The guy was hiding from his wife out in the barn drinking. That's where he hid his bottles at, was down there in that fucking hole, and then he filled them in and shit. But it was wild. We found pieces of charred wood. So I says, and I think that the barn burnt down. I said, I think that the barn burnt down. And we looked around and found some other shit, a lot of nails, those square nails and that kind of thing. Well, a few days later, we was at the public library there in the township, and we were looking in the history of that, and we looked up that place, and come to find out there was the old barn burnt down, and it killed the guy that lived there because he got drunk and knocked over a lantern in the barn, and it caught the barn on fire and burned him inside. And I was like, yep, that's what he was doing. He was in that barn and getting hogged up, man. It was. So check this out. Look at this. I reached in this bag of M&Ms, and I pulled out 6 M&Ms. I just put them, grabbed some in my hand and pulled them out. And this is really cool. They came out 2 green, 2 yellow, 2 red in that order, like a traffic lights on my hand. And I was like, what's the odds of that, man?
Oh, Freemason. That's 3-3.
That is fucking crazy, man.
3, man.
Better play the out lottery.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, you know what? I do use 3 a lot of times, like when I get gasoline and shit like that. I'll buy like $30 on pump 3, or I can get $21 if I don't need as much too, because 2 and 1 is 3, but I get it off of pump 3. And if pump 3 is not available, I'll get 6 or 9.
What are you guys doing for gas right now?
I just do it. We're like $2.50 a gallon where I'm at.
Oh, fuck.
If I go the Iowa side, it's a $1.81. If I stay on the Illinois side, if I stay on the Illinois side, it's
I can't get it
closer
any
to
cheaper than $4 a gallon.
What's that?
Right. I can't get it for any more than $4 a gallon, or any less than. Yeah.
Well, that's still less. When I was out there, when I was in California, that was like 5 something a gallon.
Well, it depends on where you are. I live in Silicon Valley, so it's usually pretty expensive first, but not like going into like downtown areas like Sacramento, LA, downtown San Jose, or LA or these really, really populated areas.
I lived in an almost ghost town. I lived in an almost ghost town. It was really cool.
If you have the opportunity, the best place to get it's a truck stop. It's always the cheapest there.
Flying J.
Yeah.
I love
we had a motorhome. Yeah, going across country. Loves any of those big ones.
Yep.
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Oh my God.
Buc-ee's.
They opened up a Buc-ee's. Listen, it was like that's all you heard about for like 3 months before it opened up. They're going to put a Buc-ee's over in Harrisonburg. Did you know that? They're going to put a Buc-ee's over in Harrisonburg. Son of a bitch. That's like 40 miles from here. Okay. Oh my God, she's got the little thing.
Oh my, wow. She's prepared.
So that's like 40 miles. And I'm like, this is how starved people are for shit, right?
Yeah.
And so they was like, once that thing opened up, man, that place was packed.
Oh, yeah.
That place was packed. It was a madhouse. I saw people posting videos and shit around here. Went to Buc-ee's finally. We got to go to Buc-ee's. And I'm like, you're celebrating going to a fucking truck stop.
It is. Have you been there, Sav?
Yes, I've been to Buc-ee's before.
Have you had their pulled pork and their food is so good?
Yeah. Don't they got like
one of the coolest places along I-40, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's in New Mexico, and it's called the Russ's Truck Stop. The Russell Truck Stop. Okay. This place, it's got a really great diner, a nice little store where you can get all kinds of shit that, you need, snacks, pop, that kind of thing, whatever. And then they've got this classic car museum that's free. And you can walk through there. Man, the way they got the lights like at a car show, so that it makes the little pinpoints of light on the cars. They've got all kinds of pink Cadillac with fins, and there's a Marilyn Monroe and an Elvis Presley in there and shit. I mean, this place is expansive. I even took my dog Brandy through there, and the guy asked me, "Is that dog a service dog?" And I said, "Well, yes, sir. Of course she is." Wasn't. She wasn't. She was just my dog. I got her into places being my service dog, into casinos. This was funny. Had her in Vegas. The security guard come up to me while I was waiting to get a room. I was waiting in line. He comes up and he goes, "Excuse me, sir, is that a service dog?" And I said, "Well, of course, sir." And I reached down and just pulled up her little tag and shit. It didn't mean nothing. It was just her county tag. And I just pulled it up and says, "See?" And he goes, "Oh, okay." He says, "Well, she didn't seem like it." And I says, "Oh, yeah, well, watch this." And I said, "Brandy, sit." Brandy sat down. And I said, "You stay." I walked all the way down to the other end of the counter like that. And I said, so look back at her and I says, "Okay, come here." Like that. And she got up and came right over to me. She goes, "Wow, she's really well behaved." So we got into the place and I got to keep the dog in there with me and stay with me at the hotel. And we were coming down later. We're going through the casino And it wasn't the casino, the hotel I was in. This was like one of those real divey third-rate ones, and it was kind of late at night. Dude, I started in there, and here I got this German Shepherd on a leash, and these people are like cashing out their fucking machines and leaving in front of me where I'm walking and shit because they thought it was a drug dog.
I figured out a trick, but I'm actually gonna fucking do that. I need to get a dog again. But after this, Bear's worth his deck again. So
yeah, I see.
I found out there's a loophole to actually having an animal with you at work, and you can say it's an emotional support animal.
There you go.
And you can actually get paperwork for it, and or even like this little vest it puts on, like a service dog or something like that. Then you can like even put this little pouch in the back on the little vest with like some papers on it. You can get it certified by a veterinarian and a psychiatrist, and they can't do shit about it. Airports or fucking, but you can go anywhere in a grocery store as long as the animal knows how to, like as you were just doing, performing. It knows how to sit, stay, and then come. And that's pretty much it. And
I taught Brandy how to respond in German. I don't know if she remembers.
Hold on a second now. I want to hear one of these German commands.
Sitzen, that's sit. Statt.
Sitzen,
means to
statt.
stay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Listen, you'd be surprised how similar a lot of things in German are to English.
I know.
It's like Oscar Wilde said that the English language is 5 different languages masquerading as one.
Oscar Wilde, Irish poet. Yes, I know who he is.
All right. So real quick, I'm going to give you guys a really great, this song blew my mind because it's not what you expect, but it works. And then, hang on, I was going to look something up. What was I going to look up while this was playing? Damn it. Damn my memory, my short term.
No one to blame this time.
No one to blame this time. It was me, my short circuit. Oh well, maybe it'll come back around.
Well, Bearsworth, how you doing, man?
Yeah, how you doing, Bearsworth?
Good.
I trained my German Shepherd in German too. Like 9 means no. Come here means come here.
Come and see here.
Come and see here.
Come and see.
Sitz.
Come and see.
Platz.
Mm-hmm. Platz. You use sitzen too. Platz means to stay.
Yeah.
All right, you're gonna like this.
Let me all know this one. Jimbo.
Oh, I hear that train a-coming. It's rolling around the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. The time keeps dragging on. But that train keeps rolling all down to San Antonio.
It works. Hell yeah. I thought that was pretty decent, man.
It's an interesting combo.
Oh, so here's Trump's NSP 7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. So here's some of the terrorism indicators. I don't think I'm on any of these. I don't think. Anyway, it says the Trump administration isn't only targeting organization or group, but even individuals and entities whose NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicia of violence. Anti-Americanism. Know what exactly does that entail? That you're just against America? Does that mean the country or the government or the corporation, or what are they actually speaking up there? Anti-capitalism. Yeah. I would say,
Wait,
I
hold
love
on.
the working man. I love the working man that says, "Oh, I'm a capitalist." No, you're a slave with Stockholm syndrome. Okay, you work for a capitalist.
What
right?
is NSPM though?
I forget what that stood for. Hang on.
So like -7 means it's like the 7th one, possibly. Okay, I'll look it up. Sorry.
Hang on, I got it right now. I'm going to do it. NSPM.
I foresee flat earthers on that list one day.
Oh, already. It instructs the NSPM 7 instructs the Joint Terrorism Task Force to coordinate and supervise a comprehensive national strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt entities and individuals engaged in acts of political violence.
Entities.
It comes from issued by President Donald Trump on September 25th. Let's see. The memorandum cites concerns over political violence stemming from sophisticated organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, change or direct policy outcomes, and prevent the functioning of a democratic society. Making specific references to the 2 assassination attempts against Trump during the 2024 presidential campaign, attacks against Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, officers during the 2025 protests in Los Angeles and Portland. Anti-police and criminal justice riots have left many people dead and injured and inflicted over $2 billion in property damage nationwide. So, I don't know what the NSPM stands for. National Security.
I'll tell you right now, unless
I just found it. It's on National Security Presidential Memorandum.
Okay, there you go. So it says anti-Christianity, but you can be anti-Muslim. Support for the overthrow of the United States government. Well, I'm on that list. I'm on their list then. Come look into me if you dare. Extremism on migration. Well, what's that mean? Extremism. Like sending out armed federal agents to round up people and kidnap them off the street and shit? Sure. Okay. Extremism on race, extremism on gender, hostility toward those who hold traditional American views on family. And what would those be? What are traditional? Whose definition do we go by? Is this going to be Donald Trump's definition? Is it Kristi Noem's definition? Is this Larry Flint's definition? I mean, I'm just asking. Somebody's got to be the one that defines this, right? The traditional American views on family. Okay.
Yeah, there should be footnotes to this, or like hyperlinks, like an AP essay or something.
Well, it's from a guy named Ken Klippenstein Bergwitz.
Could be Jewish, could be German, probably Jewish.
It's most likely a Steinbergwitz. That's a Red Sea pedestrian if I ever saw one.
Someone that has a hat that doesn't fit them.
What kind of hat? Do you have the fur hat, the little beanie? Do they like have different hats for different occasions? That's what I'm wondering. Does that denote that I'm in the furry square hat club and I'm in the little beanie club and I'm in the little square thing on my forehead club? And I don't know.
But you said, Sav, that none of them are work hats, right?
No, they're not designed for work. No, not something you'd want to wear on a construction site. I don't know.
Hey, on that note, then I have to go AFK for a bit. I've never understood the purpose of wearing those hats. Like, it doesn't fit you, or it's like way too big. Like, what environment are you living in, and why are you wearing it at all?
I want you to. They're so that you'll laugh, and then they can call you an anti-Semite.
They don't even know what a fucking. I've asked Jews that. They don't even know what a Semite is. It's fucking ridiculous. No, it's Jewish. No, it's not.
We live in this world where people use the language so incorrectly. They think that if you entertain the thought that perhaps your government is doing something nefarious, that is a wackadoodle because conspiracy. Oh, you're a conspiracy. They'll say, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but, and then start to illustrate a conspiracy theory to you. And I'm like, yes, you are a conspiracy theorist because you just illustrated a conspiracy theory to me. Now let's dissect this. They just use everything wrong. I don't know.
What do you call a conspiracy that comes true? That's what I'd like to know.
6 months.
What's up?
2 weeks.
Oh, the prophecy.
A scandal.
2 weeks.
Then it's a scandal, and then it gets forgotten. Nobody gets in trouble.
Yeah.
So let's see.
An anaconda.
This is hostility toward those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Well, wow, what an open-ended, ambiguous. That's perfect. It's perfect because now they can just, construe anything they want to fit the definition. That's all you have to have. Are you starting to feel more like you do now than when you first got here? We're asking for a reason.
Yeah, it's like for the definition of a definition of a definition. It's like it just goes in a loophole.
Well, there's this trend of like, I think my mic's finally working after a fucking hour being here. So yeah, it wasn't me before, by the way, because my mic wasn't working this whole fucking time.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're
good. Who was coming through again? I don't know.
Yeah,
it seemed like it stopped, and I'd look down, and your thing was muted, and I'm thinking, oh, it must have been him. He muted himself.
Yeah, I had the wrong setting on, but I could swear I put the right setting on, and then it went back to the wrong setting. So it's probably just fucking, I don't know, StreamYard, YouTube, Big Tech Games. I don't know, but
it also switches back with the operating system as well. If you log into a new, if you go through like a Windows update or something like that, sometimes it'll just automatically default you to certain audio settings and video settings, like your resolution. So you have to like check that after like updates and things like that.
Right, or maybe a StreamYard update even, possibly.
Yeah, well, you have to switch it back and forth sometimes because I teach online with Teams, and it does that all the time to me. So yeah, you have to constantly check it.
So yeah, well, what I was getting at though is that there's this trend of people saying, that something used to be a conspiracy, but now, as opposed to saying it was once a theory, people conflate the word conspiracy with the word theory because they've heard them together so much. Mm-hmm. It's fucking mind-blowing. It's like, no, it is a fucking conspiracy, dude. It's not a theory, but it is a conspiracy. You're retarded. You need to look up the definition of the word, man. Sorry, regarded, whatever. That's what the kids are saying now.
I saw a really cool shirt that said on it said conspiracy theorist. My pronouns are told you so.
Yeah, I gotta get that one, man.
I know, because that's where we're at right now. I mean, a lot of shit that people call us nuts for, we've been vindicated on. That's gonna include a lot of the things that we've discussed on here too, and it's only getting more. More and more people are waking up going, wow, we've been lied to about all this shit, man. And it starts with lying to you about where you are, when you are, who you are. It's programmed amnesia. And then they just fill in what they want you to think, which is exactly what I think they did with all these orphans. Programmed them with a new perspective. They were young enough that they didn't really cling on to their old ways. They were all just kids,
We're conspiracy analysts, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Realists, yeah. Analysts, realists, both.
We're just crazy people.
Well,
that's fair.
I've always had a penchant for going toward, looking at the bizarre and the unknown and things like that. I can remember as a kid, man, watching In Search Of on TV. I loved In Search Of, things about UFOs, shit about I remember I was introduced to a book called Chariots of the God by Klaus von Däniken. And the way I was introduced there, again, it was a book in the bathroom. that my dad had been reading. And I looked in it, and it had these pictures in the middle of the book. It was paperback, and it had these pictures of like the Nazca lines and shit. How they made these pictures that can only be seen from way high. And this guy's theory was that there were aliens that came here in the past, and that's the only way. How else could they have drawn these things without having aerial? Yeah, there you go. That's it right there. Chariots of the Gods. So it really started to fascinate me, and I always would gravitate toward these things, and I always knew that, like, where I'd read about these different, I guess I call them archaeological anomalies, they would call it forbidden archaeology, because as soon as somebody would point out, hey man, we found this thing that shouldn't be here, what's going on, they're like, oh, that guy's crazy, he faked that, blah blah blah, or whatever else. And I'm like, wait a second, there's something more to this. And I was aware that they told you things at a pretty young age. I got the sense that they kind of tell you shit. And I remember when the movie Battlestar Galactica came out, or not the movie, the TV series. And I thought, wow, that's really crazy, because listen to the names of some of these people: Adama, Adam, going from a place, the legendary place called Earth, where everybody's down, and I was like, this whole idea of the ancient astronaut theories. So I went down that road for a long time, I was really young. And I guess my dad never came out of that one, because long after I was a flat earther, he'd still sit in there watching Ancient Aliens on TV. And I remember asking him, I said, Dad, where does one go to become an ancient alien theorist? Where do you get this, so you can have your Chiron on, something that you're actually an an ancient alien guy? How did the hair guy get that? Did he go and take a course and get a PhD in ancient alienology or some shit like that?
Dude, what made you bring him up? Because I just looked it up. He just passed away yesterday.
Who, the hair guy?
Eric von Daniken, the author of
von Daniken. I thought you meant the guy from Ancient Aliens with the hair.
Well, no, he was in that too, though. They were both in Ancient Aliens, though.
Yeah, he was the older guy. Older white guy, kind of bald.
Yeah, von Daniken had a German accent. He had a German accent. There was another one that he wrote too, came out, says God drives a spaceship, or God flies a UFO, or something like that. I forgot what the name of it exactly was. I remember my dad had it. But yeah, I got exposed to a lot of shit. The book Helter Skelter was in the bathroom. I mean, the bathroom, that's a good idea. You should have a book in the bathroom.
I do. Yeah. I don't have people come over too often, aside from my girlfriend, but yeah, that's what I leave in my bathroom. Like, all my conspiracy shit is right there, along with my NEC and other shit. That's where it is. And people always ask me questions about it. They're in there long enough, they start reading.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to Ancient Aliens, I think that's one of the things I learned a lot about, even though I think some of it was like, did you know Medusa was actually an alien? Like, what the fuck? I mean, come on. But then there's other things. They talk about the Nazca lines, and then also the stones of, I forget what they're called, the ones in France. There's like thousands of these things. They're like lined up in military formation, and they're just can't remember what the name of them is at the moment.
But I know they like to go down to Puma Punku. They're always talking about Puma Punku. Could it have been aliens? Yes, it was. That's what the alien guy always says, the hair guy.
Where's my meth pipe?
A friend of mine texted me one time. He said, I just saw the hair guy in the airport. He was in the airport someplace. He said, I just saw the hair guy. And I automatically knew who he was fucking talking about right then. Oh, yeah, that guy with the hair.
Yeah, I don't know why some people do that in Hollywood. Sort of like Owen Wilson. He's got that big fucking like break in his fucking nose from like a broken nose. Yeah, he's like, and he refuses to get nose surgery to correct it. He's like, no, it's like my calling sign now. That's how people recognize me.
Yeah. Well, you know who broke it?
No.
His brother Luke.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah, that Luke was at. He was the main guy in Idiocracy.
Idiocracy. Yeah. Here's the requirements to join ICE. I don't know what this is. I've not seen this yet. But
I already showed you this earlier.
well, wait a second. Some people like video form.
Real quick.
Greetings, fellow patriot. Thinking about applying for a job with ICE? Let's get you prepared before your big interview. Practice zip tying children. Try it on your own kids. Ask them to shake and scream for authenticity. Learn to wear a mask. Study videos of narco-terrorists for inspiration. Build your confidence by beating up women. Ask your sister or your mom if you can rough her up. Don't worry, it gets easier with practice. Practice taking down inflatable frogs. They're big and slippery. Learn to recognize Hispanics. Don't be fooled by a good tan. Know your racial ID signs. Eat a lot. ICE loves a big boy. Size intimidates. If you are a proud boy, don't worry, your resume is already approved. If not, ask a friend from your favorite hate group to vouch for you. And finally, but most importantly, get a good lawyer. You're going to need one. This public service was brought to you by the Lincoln Project.
And you're hired.
Yeah, right. And you're right. Yeah, where are the Proud Boys and shit during this? Somebody's got an echo. Hang on, I'll find out who it is. I'll find him. Nope, it quit. Somebody fixed it. Whatever happened there. The Venezuelan Congress voted unanimously, including all opposition parties, to condemn Trump for committing a mass massacre against Venezuelans and to consider the United States intervention a terrorist act, as I believe they should. And then, is this the thing? Wait a second. See, I'm lost again. I'm lost in love and I don't know. Ted Lieu said that thing. Is this the one I wanted to get to? Was it? No. Okay. We did that. I had shit queued up with shit. I've been looking at this crap all day. It is wild.
So if you're not wasted away again in Margaritaville.
I am wasted away in Margaritaville. Oh, this is crazy. I like these little cartoons people make about Trump. They're funny.
Let's learn about frontal temporal dementia with your host and patient, Lil Donnie Trump. You may have seen some changes in your president lately. Has he abducted the leader of another nation? Has he killed a bunch of people in boats? Has he stayed up for hours on end, posting hundreds upon hundreds of unhinged rants on his personal social media platform? Maybe he's claimed that he's a king with absolute power. Maybe he's demolished a national landmark. Maybe he's been slurring his words, and maybe, just maybe, he seems to be receiving near weekly MRI scans and cognitive tests. All of this and much more are signs of frontal temporal dementia. But what is frontal temporal dementia? Frontotemporal dementia, or FTD, is a gradual damage of the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain, which regulate behavior, movement, language, and emotion. Those with FTD, like your president, will have trouble walking, trouble doing basic tasks, trouble regulating their emotions, and be prone to outbursts and lose interest in most tasks. Many suffering from FTD will be unable to complete sentences, and to mask it will often hide their symptoms by having others speak for them. FTD causes bodily functions to shut down, and in time, always leads to death. And while progress has been made in researching cures and treatments, Donald Trump's own NIH cuts have led to research stalling over the last year. Now, we don't know exactly what the fuck is wrong with the old fucker, but we know something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. And FTD is one of those very possible possibilities. And gosh darn it, wouldn't it be poetic if something with the shorthand FTD takes out little fucking Donnie? I certainly think so.
I'm popping all this aspirin, right?
I know, right? He says, oh, yeah, I just take a whole bunch because I don't want any of this thick blood coming through my heart. I only want good, thin blood.
Causes autism.
It's
got a case of the tism.
He munches down the fucking McDonald's like it's going out of style too. I mean, I can't believe. You know what? That's how you know That's how you know RFK don't like that motherfucker. He once told him not to eat that McDonald's.
Don't forget that when Clinton got elected as president, he would go on these runs through, with the Secret Service next to him, and he would jog down to McDonald's like every single day or something like that, or once per week.
Yeah,
Again, that was in early '90s, kind of retrograding that, but yeah, he did that.
So listen to this girl. I love her accent. I love the way she talks. Listen to this. It's I don't know. It's real deep south.
Well, well, well. I'm going to start this video out by saying that I'm an American citizen, dear, and I'm exercising my First Amendment right here. My freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And everything I'm about to tell you is 100% true and can be backed up and proven. Boo. You remember when the orange dude told all of you in the Red Hat crew that he had never, ever, 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 ever been to that island? Yes, he told you so many things when it had to do with his best friend, Jeffrey. He tried to make you believe that he had never sent any of his spa ladies, even though they were underage, over to Jeffrey's to play. He wanted you to believe that Jeffrey was sneaking into his spa and recruiting them. Well, thanks to the 1% of the files that are on display today, we know that that's not true. For years, Daddy Dumpy Pants had been sending his spa girls to Jeffrey's home. He didn't stop sending spa girls to Jeffrey's home until one of them complained to management. Yes, baby. He told you he had never, ever, ever been to that island. And now we know, because of the 1% of files that are on display in the flight logs too, that he didn't go just once, not twice, not thrice, not 4 times, not 5 times, not 6 times, but 7 times. Lucky number 7. Now, why fly to the island of obscene proclivities if you didn't have plans on participating in those proclivities? There's some things that are true today. Number 1, the Orange Man is a fraudster and a convicted felon for being a fraudster, dear. He's a rapist. He's been adjudicated for that. And you would have to be living under a fucking rock, or at least have your head bashed the fuck in with one, not to see that he's a pedophile too. So I'm sorry for you and the Red Hat crew. If you still are simping for that man up there, well, I'm just gonna assume that you're a pedo too. Or at the very least, you like to assist pedos in their proclivities. Don't forget, just because he's invading Venezuela today, just because he's trying to invade Mexico today, just because he's trying to pay the people of Greenland to show some love his way, does not change the fact that he is a rapist and a pedophile.
Don't you just love her accent? The proclivities. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it's an interesting accent. I couldn't really quite figure out if it was like completely Texas mixed with like Chicago or something. It was interesting.
Ex-Louisiana area.
It sounds like it sounds like Shawshank Redemption.
Texarkana.
I may have gotten this from you, Sav, another Savism, but think about this, how gross this is.
Mm-hmm.
Little boy, fat man, and the Enola gay.
Oh.
Is that gross?
No doubt, right?
Right in your face, right? They tell you.
Wow.
I think I'm glad that went over my head.
The
Yeah,
bomb,
you probably are.
the atomic bomb, supposedly little boy, fat man, how gross. And then Enola
Right.
Gay.
Yeah, it's
the
the name of the
game.
bombs and the name of the plane that they were
Yeah.
delivered on.
Is it that obvious?
It should be. I got it pretty quick, but
Oh, shit.
it's okay.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Been up here like a long
Almost
time.
5 hours.
Yeah, I know. This is getting crazy. Well, my boss is off anyways because he had his knee replaced, so I ain't got to get up in the morning. Well, I'm going to go over and see him. I haven't seen him since he got his surgery, and I should go over and see him. I wanted to give him a few days to recover and shit, and I'm sure that he had family and stuff bombarding him and everything like that. So probably go over, maybe take him a box of donuts or something like that tomorrow.
I'm going to be getting going at the same time as well, but my favorite author and humorist in history is Mark Twain. And this is a quote that he made. I have this poster.
Samuel Clemens.
Yep. Mr. Sammy. And it is something a little inspirational that I hope everyone will enjoy for the end of the night. And that is, life is short. Break the rules. Forgive quickly. Kiss slowly. Love truly. Laugh uncontrollably. And never regret anything that makes you smile. That is from Mark Twain, Samuel Langhorne Clemens.
He used to go to Bohemian Grove too, you know.
Yeah, I found that out, which is kind of weird. I don't know if it was the same thing.
It's always been that. It's always just been a big old gay fest up in there.
Can you say his last name one more time?
Which
Clemens?
one? His real name?
Yeah, or his last name?
Yeah, it's Samuel Langhorne Clemens is his full name, but his pen name was Mark Twain. Clemens. CLEMMI and something, I don't know. But yeah, the other quote he has is, the two most important days of your life are the days you were born. I'm sorry, the day you were born, and then you find out why.
Wow. Yeah. I like that one.
So
the day you're born and the day you find out why. Yeah.
So, and then I have, I don't know, 500 of his quotes memorized, but I'm a nerd. But Dave, thank you very much for having me on, and everyone else. Cheers.
Right on, Andrew.
Everyone.
All right. And
Thank you so much, Sav.
Oh, anytime,
Thanks,
Tamara.
thanks for letting me
Anytime.
jump on. I
Oh,
appreciate
you
it.
come on anytime you'd like to, hon. Anytime you'd like.
Thank you,
so
Cubby
much.
Bear. I got your books already.
Right on. I appreciate that. And I
So
dropped
yeah,
the link.
there's some really good books. The link is in the description of this video. And let's see, we should go ahead.
I put it in the regular chat.
Did you put it in the regular chat too?
Yeah,
Cool.
I just dropped
Thanks.
that down
Thank
there
you
with
so
her.
much, Cubby.
Awesome.
Thank you. And Sav, you were talking about a 13-month calendar.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the divide the 365 days, you divide it by the 13 months, it's 28 days. We actually did a calendar. We actually had it. We also took off the extra 1,000 years.
That's cool.
So we've got both, and we have the regular dates, and then we've got things like the portals,
That's really cool. Are those on that same? Are those on that same page or?
That's what's we did I don't know if you remember a guy, Richard Lopez, and he used to be it's charismatic, and he was big on TikTok, YouTube. He used to have hundreds of thousands of followers way back early from like 2014, 15, 16. He was one of the OGs. And so we've got it's called charismictruthstore.com, and we've got shirts and hats and books and everything. So it's just, but that's where that is. I don't have any place else, but it's we're going to do another one, but it's got the 28 days, and Kodak, what's his name? George Eastman from Kodak actually did he didn't change the months, but he had 28-day months. He didn't change the names, but he just did his 28 days for his pay thing. So, I mean, it's been, and I'm back in, there's a whole thing about it. But back in, it's in the book. Sav, it's in the book, in the back of the book that I gave you. It's in the back, and there are about 20 pages that at the end that have it all about the calendar.
1928.
Let's see which one. This one?
28, 19, or was that the year? I have it posted on my thing too.
But they were actually going to try and pass it. But there's a whole section on the 13 moons, and that they were actually going to pass it from the earlier on.
Oh, here's the thing for it too, right here. The Charisma True Store, right here, and it's in this book. So see there, if you want to go there to get that calendar, you need to get this book.
But I'll send that to you. I'll send it to you anyway, Sav. So thank
really
you so much. I really appreciate it. It's exciting to get to finally meet you. I've been watching your show for years, and I'm on the other side laughing. I'm just dying. I love all the Monty Python. I mean, all your videos.
We're gonna have to do a Monty Python movie night. We're definitely gonna have to do it. I want to do Life with Brian, because I swear to God, the other night when Keith and Janusz were going back and forth at each other with that shit, I was like, oh my God, follow the gourd, follow the shoe. That's what was going on in my head. I was like, oh, come on, man, dude.
I think it was it that one where he was, they were in a big group and someone's on the balcony and he's saying, we're all special. We're all different. And one guy in the crowd goes, I'm not.
I'm not. Yeah. He goes, you don't have to be a group. You're all individuals. Yes, we're all individuals. And then one guy says, I'm not.
But just so you know, your audience is just dying on the other end. We are cracking up. Thank you, Cubby Bear. Thank you for talking about this office. And thanks for putting in my link. I know the YouTube, I don't really do anything. I don't know how to do YouTube, but for the things putting my other links, that was so sweet. And I appreciate it. It's so great to get to meet you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sav.
Right on. Well, thanks for coming up. And like I said, anytime. And Chad, as always, I love having Chad on here. He's like my co-host on here. I expect him to be here now. See, that's the whole thing.
So
he doesn't show him, and I'm surprised we didn't run into Cross D-Man, but he might be working or doing something. I don't know. But it's like I expect to see those guys, at least one of them every show, and I'm blessed with that. So that's pretty cool. And Sean, thanks for coming up tonight too, and Bearsworth. And I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. And don't forget, the Lord loves a working man. Don't never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him, because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind.